Stimată audiență, în program de la 9 până la 9 și 10 avem stabilit o perioadă de conectare. Deci oferim
Dear
posibilitate
guests,
tuturor
so
celor care doresc să se conecteze,
from 9 to 10 past
conferința noastră
9,
până la
we
9 și
will
10.
let our participants
Și
connect. So
cine
all of
utilizează
those who would
who is
like
using
to
English, please find the globe and try to select language and inform us if everything is well going. We are waiting for 9:10 to full connection participants. Persoanele care să vorbească pot acum să verifice dacă merge microfonul ca să verificăm.
So maybe the speakers could now check technical details. Please connect your cameras as well, just to make sure that we can see you and that they are working.
Bună ziua, mă auziți bine?
Hello, can you hear me well? Please introduce yourself. Anna Mogosean. Yes, we can hear you well. Please let me know if you can hear me too.
Da, Ana este.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Bună dimineața, doamnă Barbaros.
Good morning, Mrs. Barbaros. We can hear you too.
Cu Nona am vorbit, o auzim.
We talked to Nona, so we can hear her.
Domnul Ciobanu, nu...
Mr. Ciobanu.
Nu faceți schimb de ecran.
Please do not share your screen. Sorry, it was just by mistake. I will fix this in a second.
Rezolvat?
Da.
Sorry, scuzați.
Cei care o să trebuiască să partajeze ecranul, aici este.
Those who will need to share their screens, you know how to do it by pressing the share button. And everyone will have the right to do that from their own computers.
Bună dimineața, dacă se aude, doamnă Trejda.
Good morning, please let me know if you can hear me.
Bună ziua.
Good morning.
Bună dimineața, se aude și la mine?
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Super. Atunci
Excellent.
ne vedem în curând și mă
And
bucur
I'll
să fiu aici.
see you soon. I'm happy to have joined this event.
Stimată audiență, conferința noastră
Dear audience, our conference will be recorded. It will be organized in English. Therefore, I would like to invite all the speakers to speak slowly in order to allow the interpreters to interpret your speeches. We are greeting you, the CCEF, so dear audience, and dear participants of the annual scientific conference towards qualitative democracy through electoral research. One of the strategic areas of development of CCEF is scientific academic research. Qualitative training and information is strongly linked to the academic activity. In the European integration context of the Republic of Moldova, concerning academic research, we align to open science as they were defined in the UNESCO recommendations in November 2021. In 2021, 193 countries members of UNESCO, Republic of Moldova included, have agreed that open science is an inclusive construct that makes academic scientific findings in different languages available and accessible and reusable for everyone, based on collaboration and exchange of information and data for the benefit of society and citizens. And the process of evaluation, creation, and academic communication has to be open to all societal stakeholders beyond traditional academia.
Comisia Europeană aplică principiile științei deschise în cadrul
European
programului
Commission applies these principles within the Horizon EU program, focusing on academic research. Thus, all the participants and all the beneficiaries of academic projects financed by the EU guarantee the access to academic knowledge is as open as possible. This is one of the principles. The restrictions concerning access, they have to be proportionate and justified, and the justification needs to be based exclusively on the protection of human rights, national security, respecting the legal and law enforcement principle, and copyright, as well as personal data. Observing the open science principles, CCEF provides open access online without any fees to all educational resources in the electoral field developed for the electoral civil servants and for the public. E-learning courses, manuals, guides, and fact sheets. So one of the principles of open science is access, open access, without any payment to educational resources. CICDE CICDE collaborates with the Central Electoral Commission and international partners in disseminating electoral data, open data for the researchers and the entire society that are published on the web pages. So the Commission publishes, as you well know, after every type of electoral process, disaggregated data on gender concerning the participation in the election and the results. All the data are openly available in Romanian and in English online, and they can be consulted by researchers, but not only. So they can be accessed by any person interested in this field. The outcomes of the research conducted within the CCEF CICDE are published biannually in the Theory Research in Electoral Review Journal Digest Electoral. So we are thus attracting national researchers and international researchers representing social sciences and other connected areas in order to research the different problems and providing different solutions to different problems within different roundtables, programs for young researchers, and other events. One of such events is the annual CICDE conference named Towards Qualitative Democracy through Electoral Research. Today takes place the fourth issue of this conference. It takes place online in Romanian and in English with a simultaneous interpretation. We will be recording, and the recording will be published online. The materials that are presented are published in Electoral Digest and in one of the publications for young researchers published with the support of CICDE for young research. The topics that will be discussed today, the harmonization of electoral legislation, and that related to the electoral field with the European Union legislation, and gender aspects in elections apply to the strategic directions of development of our country and are linked directly to our joint objective to build a functional democracy and qualitative democracy. We would like to thank the participants of this conference for accepting our invitation to attend and to speak during the conference, to the civil servants from the Commission and the Council of Europe office from the Republic of Moldova, the National University Academia, the National University of the Republic of Moldova, the History and International Relations Departments of the State University of Moldova, the Academy of Economic Studies, the State University from Belz, the Academy of Ștefan cel Mare of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and to the International Academia represented by Nona Shahnazarean, Science Academy from Armenia, Ingrid Bicu, representing the international expertise, representing Romania but teaching in Spain, International Academia, Linz, Austria, University of Olivia Plămădeală representatives in Bucharest, that university, Alexandrina Rusu representing it. So I'd like to give the floor to the Deputy Director of CICDE, Cristina Cucuruza, Master-in-Law, who will moderate the first panel discussion of today's conference. The floor is yours.
Bună dimineața tuturor!
Good morning,
Salut și eu comunitatea
everyone. I'd like
persoanelor
to
interesate
greet
de domeniul
everyone
electoral,
interested in the electoral field,
cercetători.
practitioners and
Colegi,
researchers,
Republica Moldova
colleagues.
tot
The
mai a
Republic
făcut față
of
cu
Moldova
brio unui exercițiu
has just
electoral complicat.
recently faced a
Vorbim de
very
desfășurarea
complicated
alegerilor prezidențiale
electoral
și a referendumului
exercise,
republican
talking
constituțional.
about the constitutional
Pe această
Republican
cale,
referendum
vreau
and
să
the presidential
felicit,
elections. So
dar
I would
și să
like to
mulțumesc
congratulate,
tuturor
but also to
subiecților electorali
thank
pentru
all the
efortul depus.
electoral subjects for
Să
the
nu uităm
efforts
că
they've made.
provocările
Let's not
trebuie
forget that the
transformate
challenges
în
have to be
oportunități.
transformed into
Fortificarea
opportunities.
democrației
Strengthening
este un
democracy,
proces
building
care
democracy
poate fi
represents a
realizat doar
process
dacă
that can be
construim,
achieved
întărim,
only if we
solizi,
build
minți,
strong
drepturile
pillars which
fundamentale
are
ale
called
omului,
fundamental
iar fi de
human
acord,
rights,
dreptul de a
and
alege
I hope
și de
you
a fi
agree,
ales
the
sunt
right
drepturi
to
politice care
elect and to
garantează
be elected are
participarea
political
cetățenilor la
rights which
guvernare.
guarantee the participation of citizens to
Fenomene
the governance
sociale și
exercise
politice
daily.
au
Social
loc
and
care
political phenomena
impactează
take
această
place that
construcție,
have an
iar
impact
acțiunea
on
de
this
protejare a democrației
construct, and the action of
presupune
protecting
acțiuni,
democracy
măsuri,
implies
însarcina
actions
atât a
and
factorilor
measures
decizionali, dar
of the
și a
decision makers,
cetățenilor
but
direct.
also of the
Scopul conferinței anuale a
citizens. The
CICDE
goal
este
of
de a
the
realiza
annual
această radiografie
conference
a
of
acestor
CICDE is to
fenomene, de a le
ensure a
prezenta,
radiography of
de a le
these
discuta, pentru ca
phenomena, to
ulterior să
discuss them, to
servească
present
temei
them
pentru schimbările
in order to ensure
necesare
that they
de
could be
realizat.
used for the future
Această
changes we
finalitate
want to
urmăresc
enforce.
toate produsele de cercetare
All
ale CICDE.
research, all
Mulțumesc doamnei
academic
Grajdan
outcomes of
pentru
CICDE
că a
have the
prezentat
same goal.
conceptul de
I would
știință
like to
deschisă pe care
thank
dorim să-l
very much to
implementăm în
our
cadrul CICDE
colleague,
și pe această
Miss
cale fac apel la
Grajdan,
toți
who presented
practicienii,
the
reprezentanții
concept of open
comunității
science. Therefore, I'd like to
științifice, de
call
a
upon
studia
all the
sub
representative
auspiciile
stakeholders
CICDE
of the
diferite
academic
aspecte
community
ale domeniului
to
electoral în vederea
continue studying the different electoral
legislației și a
subjects
practicii
that are
electorale.
published by CICDE in order to improve the
Anume,
electoral
argumentul
practice further
actualității a
on.
stat la baza stabilirii
So the
primei tematici a
relevance
conferinței
argument
noastre,
was one of the
armonizarea
motivations
legislației
of
electorale și
the
a celei conexe
topic,
cu
namely the
legislația
harmonization of
Uniunii
electoral
Europene.
legislation and the connected, related electoral field with European Union legislation.
În contextul
Remembering the
aderării
recent
Republicii
events that
Moldova
took
la
place
Uniunea Europeană.
recently
Este
concerning
vorba
the
de anul
integration of the Republic of Moldova to the
2022,
EU,
când
I'm
a fost
referring to
semnată cererea de
2022,
aderare a
when
Republicii
the
Moldova la
application, the
Uniunea
request
Europeană.
was signed, the Republic
După
of Moldova
scanarea situației
was
curente
accepted
în
to.
iunie 2022, Comisia Europeană a
Afterwards,
emis
the
un aviz prin
European
care a
Commission
recomandat
has
Consiliului
issued
acordarea
opinion
statutului de
by
țară
giving
candidată
the
pentru
country the
aderarea
status of
Republicii
candidate
Moldova,
country
însă cu
in
unele
the
precondiții.
European
Este
integration
vorba de
journey
9
with some
recomandări ale
conditions.
Comisiei
So there
care
are
au ținut
9
de
recommendations
reforma
of the
justiției,
Commission
cadrul
concerning the
electoral,
justice
combaterea
reform, the
corupției,
elections framework,
dezoligarhizare,
fighting
combaterea
corruption,
criminalității
removing
organizate și a
oligarch
spălării banilor,
structures,
reforma
money
administrației
laundering,
publice,
the reform of
managementul
public
finanțelor
administration, the
publice,
management of
implicarea
public
societății civile
finances, the
și
involvement of
drepturile
civil
omului.
society, and Human Rights.
iunie 2022, Consiliul
On
European
June
decide
23,
să acorde
2022, the European Council
statutul de
decides
țară
to
candidat
give the
pentru aderarea
Republic of Moldova the
la
status
Uniunea
of
Europeană.
candidate
La 4
country to
decembrie
the EU. On
2023,
December
liderii
4th,
Uniunii Europene
2023, the
decid să
leaders of
deschidă
the EU
negocierile de
have
aderare
decided
cu
to
Republica
initiate, to
Moldova.
kick off the
În perioada
negotiations with the
negocierilor,
Republic of Moldova
Republica
state.
Moldova
During the
urmează să
negotiations, the
implementeze
Republic of
acquis-ul
Moldova
comunitar,
shall
adică
implement
toată
the acquis
legislația
communautaire,
Uniunii
which
Europene,
means the entire
organizate
legislation
în
of the
capitole
EU,
de politici,
organized under
grupate în
policy
6
chapters,
clustere
grouped
sau
under
grupuri
6
tematice.
clusters
Iunie
or thematic
2024,
groups. In June
prima conferință
2024, the first
interguvernamentală prin care
intergovernmental
s-a
conference
oficializat
through which
deschiderea
it was
negocierilor.
officially
La
kicked,
30
it
octombrie
has officially
curent,
kicked off the
Comisia Europeană
negotiations.
a adoptat pachetul său
In
de
October
extindere
2024,
anual,
the
care cuprinde o
Commission
evaluare
has adopted its
detaliată a
annual
situației actuale și a
package,
progreselor
which
înregistrate de
includes the
țările candidate
progress
în
and the
calea
actual
lor de
status of
aderare
the
la Uniunea
candidate
Europeană. Printre aceste
status
țări se
country
regăsește și
in
Republica
this
Moldova.
journey. The Republic of Moldova is one of
Evaluările
countries.
sunt însoțite
The
de
assessments
recomandări și
are
orientări
also
privind prioritățile
linked
de
to
reformă.
recommendations and
După cum ați
reform
relevat,
priorities.
armonizarea
As you have
legislației
noticed,
Republicii
the
Moldova și a
harmonization
celei conexe
of
la
the
legislația
legislation
Uniunii
of the Republic of
Europene
Moldova and the
vizează și
connected
domeniul electoral.
electoral field with the
Care
European
este
Union
rezultatul
legislation is linked to the
screeningului
electoral
și
field
ce
as well.
presupune procesul de
What is the
armonizare?
outcome of the
Despre
screening and
acest
what does
subiect
this
ne va
harmonization
relata doamna
imply?
Tatiana Barburoș, membru
This
a
is the
membru a
topic that
Comisiei
will be
Electorale Centrale,
addressed
persoană
by
direct
Tatiana
implicată
Barbaros. She
în
is a
acest
member
proces.
of the
Ținem să mulțumim
C
din
and
start
directly
doamnei
involved
Barburoș
in this
pentru
process.
faptul
We
că a
would like to
acceptat
thank
invitația de a
Mrs.
ține această
Barbaros for
prezentare
accepting
cadrul
our
conferinței
invitation and for
științifice
holding this
active. Doamna
presentation
Barburoș,
during
aveți cuvântul.
our academic conference. The floor is yours,
Mulțumesc,
Mrs.
doamna
Barbaros.
Cucruza. Bună dimineața.
Thank you
Salut
very
și eu
much,
prezența
Mrs.
participanților și
Cucruza. I would like to
participantelor
greet
la lucrările
also
acestei
everyone
conferințe
attending
științifice.
this
În continuare,
academic
îi facem o
conference.
prezentare
I
aferentă
would like
procesului de
now to
armonizare a legislației
start
electorale a
the
Republicii Moldova cu
presentation
legislația
concerning the
comunității
harmonization
europene. Eu
process
vă
of the
mulțumesc pentru
Moldovan
invitație,
legislation
sunt
with
încântată
the
să particip la această
European Union
conferință
legislation. Thank you for the
științifică și
invitation.
să
I'm
împărtășesc
happy
din
to attend
realizările pe
this
care le-am
event
obținut
and to
ca și
share
țară și
with
ca și
you our
autoritate
achievements,
națională
successes
electorală, depunând
as
în
a
acest
country, but
sens
also as
efort
an
împreună
electoral
cu
entity,
toți
making
colegii.
efforts in this sense together with all our colleagues.
O să pregătesc prezentarea.
I will now share my screen.
Se vede, se vede.
Yes,
Următoare.
we can see it.
Pornind de la relațiile Republicii
So,
Moldova de-a lungul
starting
anilor,
with the relations of the Republic of
parteneriat,
Moldova, step by
cooperare,
step,
asociere,
partnership,
ajungem să
cooperation,
obținem în anul
association in
2023
2023, we received the candidate country status, as the Deputy Director of CICDE mentioned, and the kickoff of the negotiations. The Republic of Moldova, strengthening the focus on European integration by adding to the Constitution 2 paragraphs concerning the reconfirmation of the European status of the Moldovan people and the fact that there is no turning back, and by making a strategic objective the integration to the EU of the Republic of Moldova, as well as in adding in the Constitution the integration into the European Union, which was an outcome of the national referendum, a constitutional referendum organized on October 20th. On the 31st of October, the Constitutional Court has validated the outcome of this electoral exercise. Hence, in the Constitution, we have made these amendments for which the citizens of the Republic of Moldova have agreed to. I would like to remind the Article 38 from the Constitution of the Republic of Moldova, the right to elect and to be elected, the electoral code and other relevant codes to the electoral. This is also the law on political parties, the law on the concept of the state automated information systems elections, alleged, and the most recent law on the partial implementation of postal voting, talking about the national public policy documents. We talk about annual national plans for the harmonization of the legislation approved by the governmental level, starting with 2007, when the Center for the Harmonization of the Legislation was created, and more recently it was approved through the government decision 2023, the National Action Plan for the accession of the Republic of Moldova to the European Union. And within this national plan, we have three actions included that are linked to CEC and refer to cluster number 1, fundamental values, and we refer to the strengthening the capacity of national electoral institutions at all levels to ensure a more inclusive and participatory electoral process, and to promote good standards in electoral legislation and electoral practice. Another action reflected in this national action plan is related to the maintenance of the subsystem of the financial control information subsystem. And another action is linked to the monitoring of the political electoral parties and contestants' resources, as well as the public web pages, in order to identify and document all the cases of violations of the legislation on political party and campaign financing. The CEC, in order to achieve these objectives, it's in its strategic program 2024-2026 has agreed on several activities and actions, and I would like to mention some of them: the contribution to the implementation of the Republic of Moldova European Union Association Agreement, concerning the strengthening of the process of harmonization of electoral and electoral-related legislation. Another activity that I would like to mention is the continuous improvement of the competences of the body of electoral officials, civil servants, and the continuous improvement and development of the elements that ensure the functionality of the informational system elections. And another important activity is also the strengthening of the capacity to supervise and control the financing of political parties and electoral campaigns. In order to achieve these activities in 2024, this Central Electoral Commission has approved its action plan with several actions, including determining the relevant key for the transposition into electoral and related legislation, also the comparative analysis of other countries' practices concerning transposing the EU legislation at the national process, and also the kickoff of the process of harmonization of electoral and related legislation with EU legislation, the implementation of intersectoral cooperation and rapid exchange of information between the different authorities like CEC, the Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, the National Anti-Corruption Center, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, also the General Inspectorate of Police, the Intelligence and Security Service, concerning the party financing, political parties financing, and fighting electoral fraud, especially during the electoral period, as well as other actions, as for example, improving the module of the IT subsystem financial control.
Vorbind despre procesul de armonizare,
Talking about harmonization process, I would also like to address the electoral reform, which was kicked off in 2021, at the end of 2021. The new electoral code, which entered into force on January 1st, 2023, was drafted to improve electoral procedures and to implement the recommendations that were formulated by election officials and the reports of national and international election observation missions. Upon assessing all the conclusions that were formulated during different post-election review events, also advisory opinions of international partners, commitments taken international partners, as for example, the EU, Council of Europe, OSCE, conclusions and recommendations of domestic and international election observation missions, constitutional court addresses, and international standards and best practices in electoral matters. We have ensured the necessary framework to observe all the principles and standards of the EU, as mentioned by the Deputy Director, addressing the minuses of the electoral legislation was one of the 9 conditionalities that the EU has requested before the negotiations were initiated. I want to mention that even if we are at the beginning of the process of harmonizing the legislation of our country, we are talking about legal documents, but concerning the standards and principles of the EU, these are included in the EU legislation, but also in the documents approved by CICDE. So, postal voting, I wanted to address this issue because it represents one of the recommendations. And one of the most recent documents of the EU is the resolution of May 3rd, 2022, through which member states were recommended to use postal voting to allow this for European Parliament elections in order to increase the level of participation. Because, as you know, the law on the partial implementation of the postal voting was implemented, which entered in May 2024 into force, and for the first time for our country on October 20th, 2024, this alternative method of voting was applied, and citizens had the option of choosing postal voting, residing in Norway, Canada, USA, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland. So, as a conclusion to this, even if the number of registrations was not too high, but comparing to the experience of our neighboring country, Romania, we are able to state that our result is a quite successful one. And we hope that in the future this exercise will have more success. And in the context of today's conference, I believe that it's very interesting and useful to learn from the experience of other countries. I've seen on the agenda that we will also address the possibility to give voting rights from from 16 years of age, the Austrian experience, and all of these are good experiences, best practices for us to be inspired from, to improve our electoral procedures and to ensure that the right to elect is given to our countries by observing the standards and principles of the EU. Talking about the alignment to the EU acquis.
If we should refer strictly to the acquis communautaire, so what we've done with my colleagues, we analyzed the European Union legislation, the directives, regulations, some guidelines, manuals, in order to prepare for two very important exercises. So we're speaking about the explanatory screening. The Central Electoral Committee is in two working groups. One related to the functionality of democratic institutions, and Chapter 23 entitled The Judiciary and Fundamental Rights. And in September and respectively October, we carried out a bilateral screening, and we've presented to the European Commission the level of which our country has aligned to the EU legislation in the field of elections. And I would like to mention here that we had the appreciation and the positive feedback of the European Commission on the progresses that our country has registered in the electoral process. So I will now present, as an example, a series of EU acts that are important for us, but from our perspective, we have two main directives related to the norms on the rights to elect and to be elected. That refers to the citizens of the Union that reside in a member state of which they do not have citizenship, and the directive of the Council 93/109 to establish the detailed ways to exercise one's voting right and to run for European Union or European Parliament elections for citizens of the Union that reside in a state which they do not have citizenship for. So we have a series of activities to carry out now, because these two directives are not transposed in our national legislation, because we do not have foreseen in the Constitution or in the Electoral Code the right to be elected or to run in elections for citizens, that for people that do not hold Moldovan citizenship. And therefore, the Constitution and the Electoral Code do not have any norms, obviously, that relate to rules to run for the European Parliament. Also, another directive I would like to mention that it is partially transposed certain norms that relate directly or indirectly to corruption and political financing, but the exercise from 20th of October has demonstrated to us that we have many things to do to combat this phenomenon. There are a series of recommendations of the Commission on the electoral issues and related to the resilience in the region. So we have the recommendation of the Committee on the Electoral Processes that favor inclusion and resilience in the Union and consolidate the European character, and carrying out efficiently the elections for the European Parliament. We have also a recommendation on consolidation of the democratic carried out and efficient carrying out of elections for the European Parliament, and also a recommendation on the consolidating of the character on carrying out efficiently the 2019 elections for the European Parliament. They refer to also the recommendations on the general principles on elections, supporting showing up for the vote and the turnout, participation, transparency of the electoral process, promoting the idea of observing of the elections, protecting electoral information and electoral infrastructure, financing measures and campaigning. All of these have been at least partially transformed. Another recommendation relate in electoral field against the incidents that relates to cybersecurity and combating disinformation campaigns in the context of. So we have a series of standards and norms. Here we speak about the electoral code, we speak about the law on publicity that reflects the online publicity or campaign, some restrictions on the content of the campaigns and publicity, combating disinformation or disinformation that can endanger the national interest. These things are regulated by the law through the Center for Combating Disinformation, the Stratcom, also the law on preventing and combating cyber criminality, and the law on protecting personal data. When it comes to the good practices derived from the EU member states in order to ensure that persons with special needs or disabilities participate equally in elections, we have in the legislation of Moldova a series of provisions that guarantee and ensure the rights of this category of citizens. So the Commission related to the transposal of the legislation in the context of election, I would like to mention that protecting personal data that are processed during the electoral process is foreseen in the Electoral Code and in the law on protecting personal data. I think that as of 2026, we will have the new law entering into force and respectively in other administrative acts of the Central Electoral Commission. Tens of directives were analyzed here. We've reflected only a small part, but we have to examine the entire acquis communautaire in order to establish all the actions that we need to undertake in the future as the Central Electoral Commission. As a result of the screening exercise, I would like to mention the commitments that we have as a country, as an institution from the country, the Central Electoral Commission. Some of them relate to the commitment to implement new voting alternatives and extending the vote via mail to 2028. As you know, in 3 months, the Central Electoral Committee must present a report to the Parliament when it comes to a report on the conclusion after the initial application of this exercise. Another objective relates to the amendment of the normative framework on transposing the 2 directives that I've mentioned a bit earlier. And here and we refer to here also to a national framework in establishing very specific timeline to make the needed amendments, because we speak here about the amendment of the Constitution and Electoral Code and other laws that are connected to this issue. Other laws that we must look into is the re-engineering of the electoral processes through informational systems and the digitalization of the process. And this is something we plan to do throughout 2025 and 2026, I'm sorry. Another commitment is to ensure we have accessible voting sections, and these can be undertaken by joint efforts with the local public authorities. And as a deadline for this, we have the year 2026. We also have capacities on monitoring, surveilling the financing of the political parties, and we plan to do this in 2025, 2026. And another commitment is to continue efforts to supervise and to control the political financing and developing the online subsystem, which is called financial control. Again, this is planned for 2025, 2026. And for undertaking these commitments or fulfilling these commitments, we have a series of measures that we are planning. I will mention here a few. We speak here about the mail voting as an alternative voting process. Another measure relates to draft a series of comparative studies on good practices. And here I'm referring to the following practices: organizing the Europarliamentarian election in EU member states, including from the perspective of the unique identification of electors, the citizens, allowing residents of the EU citizens in local elections from their residing countries, involving persons with disabilities in the electoral process, both as potential elected officials as well as electors. Also applying sanctions and electoral preventing measures for persons who carry out illegal or illicit actions during the electoral process. Other measures include a functional analysis of the automated state informational system, which is called elections, and its modules, in order to see if it corresponds fully in terms of resilience, security, and flexibility, and also testing the internet vote for young persons between 16 and 18. Another measure is to draft the law on modifying or amending the electoral code and the connecting legislation. And also, last but not least, the measure is to ensure interaction and continuous exchange of data. So this means interoperability with public authorities and bodies involved in documenting illegal political financing and political corruption. All of these measures at a national level will be reflected in the action plan that we are going to draft. Here I've listed a series of measures that we as a commission will diligently monitor how all of these measures are being implemented, and we are doing this with the purpose to have quality democratic processes. Thank you kindly for the interpreters as well who facilitated our in understanding and the communication. Thank you.
Mulțumim, doamna Barbaroș. Într-adevăr, a
Thank you
fost
kindly,
din
Madam Barbaroș.
perspectiva mea a
Indeed,
fost
from
o
my perspective,
prezentare
it was
exhaustivă,
very
comprehensivă,
comprehensive
în limbaj foarte accesibil pentru a
presentation in a
înțelege
very
atât
accessible
practicienii și
language.
teoreticienii
And
prezenți în
I
această
believe that
conferință
both
care este
practitioners and
situația la
persons who
momentul
deal with
actual
theoretic
privind
issues are
armonizarea
have understood very well where we stand in terms of harmonizing our national legislation with that of the EU. So thank you also for pointing out that we need to make joint efforts, because the things that we have in this action plan, they cannot be done by one institution or another institution. They really should involve very intense but joint efforts from a series of institutions. And we're really happy that the Central Electoral Commission will be as the engine behind these processes, and they will make all of the things move forward. But of course, we need to hear support from our external partners, and we are very happy that in terms of elections, we do benefit from external support via a series of projects and programs. And one of these partners, very important partner, is the European Council of Europe. And here in the meeting, we have together with us Mr. Sergiu Tatarov. Mr. Tatarov, we salute you, and I would like to hear from you, and we would like to hear from you, what are the efforts that the Council of Europe is investing and undertakes in this sense, because we have a beautiful experience when the Council of Europe has provided support to the Central Electoral Committee in drafting secondary legislation. We speak here about regulations, about instructions after the approval of the electoral code that entered into force on January 1st, 2023. So, Mr. Tatarov, you have the floor. And as I've mentioned, we would like to see what are the upcoming plans of the Council of Europe on harmonizing the national legislation of Moldova with that of the European Union.
Bună ziua, stimați participanți și participante.
Hello, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make sure that you hear me. Thank you kindly for this invitation. I would like to say that we fully appreciate your efforts, the efforts of the Center for Continuous Training in the electoral field. We know that we have great plans but limited human resources. So definitely our greatest gratitude for Madam Cucuruza, Madam Barbaros. Thank you, because we know that organizing such an event is not a simple task, especially since you have a lot of routine activities as well. I would like to ask if I could share the screen so that we also have a visual material.
Doamna Barbaros, puteți să opriți partajarea?
Madam Barbaros, if we can stop sharing your screen, please.
Altfel nu voi putea. Ca să beneficiem inclusiv și să beneficiem și de aspect vizual.
Because it would be very good to benefit from a visual aspect.
Domnul Tatarov partajează ecranul. Am scris în chat că aici puteți să notați întrebările dumneavoastră.
We wrote in the chat that to please note your questions, because after all the speakers will speak, we will have a session of questions and answers. So if you have them and you're afraid to, you might forget them in the meantime, just note them in the chat. We are noting them as well, and we can move on. Thank you kindly for this confirmation. As Madam Cucuruza has mentioned, the ones that participate in this conference, they were directly and indirectly involved in multiple activities of the Council of Europe, and I would like to
Și o succintă prezentare a mecanismul de funcționare a Consiliului Europei.
I would like to speak a bit about the functioning mechanisms of the Council of Europe, and I would like to say that we're very happy that all EU member states are also members of the Council of Europe, so all standards, good practices, they are pretty much homogeneous because, as you can see from this organigram, the main decision-making bodies are the General Secretary, the Ministers' Committee, the Assemblies, the Congress of Local and Regional Powers, and the European Court of Human Rights, many times referred to as CEDO in the Republic of Moldova. So the three pillars where this is set up, so the mechanisms, all of the regulations are applied equally in all member states, but we, in all 46 of them, we also provide technical support, which is an example is our project. We've been implementing it since 2020. If my memory is not giving up on me right now, also support in this field we've started to provide a bit earlier, but not in such a comprehensive way. And also, in order to counterbalance this, we have activities on monitoring the electoral processes in all 46 member states. Because if we speak about the electoral field, via missions of observations in different countries, we know, for example, that in Moldova, we've had these missions as of 1995, and because it was something requested by the Moldovan authorities. I will try to be as laconic as possible. I understand the time restrictions. I will try to present what we've done, again, by joining efforts and democratizing the general standards that are applied not only in our country but also abroad, mostly also due to the fact that we have a rather large diaspora abroad and respectively a large number of voters abroad. As Madam Cucuruza has mentioned and the other speakers, the report of the Council of Europe referred to the electoral code that entered into force on January 1st, 2023. Below, you can see the opinions of the Venice Commission and the OSCE. And thanks to them, we were able to improve the electoral code. But if you'll ask me, I will tell you that we still have a series of recommendations that were not yet implemented. They will be. And these recommendations are fully in line with the proposals and recommendations of the European Commission are related to implementing a series of standards and recommendations of the Venice Commission in the electoral field. So in order to have specific and recommendations, it was recommended to review or at least to rethink the mandates of the mayors and local councillors after local elections by the electoral councils. The act of justice in this case are considered in a way another branch of the state that needs to validate this, even though we understand well what are about Moldovan Another thing related to the amendments that we need to make in order to fully harmonize with the EU legislation. We speak obviously about persons who do not have citizenship of the Republic of Moldova, revoking mayors in our case. But I would like to say that all of these recommendations, and if you see on the screen, we have the latest opinion of the Venice Commission from June of this year, was an urgent one. It was issued because it was requested by the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, which related to the partial application of voting via mail. It was a positive opinion, but we still have a series of recommendations related to the fact that Moldova should invest efforts in not amending the legislation, but or at least not amending the legislation later than 1 year before elections, especially if we speak about introducing new ways of voting, like voting via mail, or let's just say alternative voting methods, because we also speak about a stability that we need to have of electoral instruments, and we also have a lot of guidelines that also say this in the electoral field. In order to give you an example, I would like to mention that the support for the Central Electoral Committee, to the Center for Training in the Electoral Field, and other partners that contribute to organizing correct and free and democratic elections in 2 years, which is the phase that we've had this project. We've contributed to drafting 12 regulations that were later on approved by the Central Electoral Commission. And we have here on the screen, it's not all of them, but it's the most important field referring to financing of political parties, which is a requirement on harmonizing the legislation, also overcome the barriers that we have on on training, because and the certification, because about thousands of electoral civil servants were had to receive this certification, and this was something that the Center for Training was doing. Reflecting electoral campaign in the mass media, I would like to say this in English so that interpreters say this correctly. So reflecting the political campaign in the media, also applying the law on, or the amendments to the law on the mail vote, auditing the political parties. Now we are finalizing a methodology on auditing on this process, and we have a series of other documents, guides, methodologies that have been drafted and have already been also applied into practice. For example, the guide for policemen, civil servants, for civil servants of the Ministry of Interior, how to maintain the public order during elections. So this was a very important guide for them in for our elections in 2023 and 2024. And also the Center for Electoral Training could use them as training materials. All of these efforts are aligned to the Council of Europe standards, but also to the recommendation. And I'm sorry, maybe I didn't notice this. Maybe the speaker before me mentioned this, but we have the recommendation of the Commission, European Commission, from 12th of December 2023 related to inclusive and resilient electoral processes in the region. And in this context, we can mention two instruments that were drafted for the national authorities, and one of them is the remote learning or distance learning for judges and prosecutors that is based on the case law of the European Court for Human Rights and also based on the national legislation when it comes to examining electoral cases. I would like to point out here the importance of the National Institute of Justice, the Central Electoral Committee, the training center in the electoral field. They had a huge and important contribution so that this training, so that these materials become a very important guiding document for judges when they are dealing with electoral disputes. And I would like to conclude now with promoting during these two election years the raising awareness campaigns that we've carried out for electors, for the persons who are elected. The campaign was on inclusivity, against hate speech. And we've seen that the capacities of the Central Electoral Committee, the police, the civil society organizations have become stronger to combat sexism and misogynistic comments, because we've tried to do this online. You know that this, and you are perfectly aware that this is a huge challenge, because these things are not foreseen in the law, and it's very difficult to influence them as opposed to, let's call it, traditional media. In the future, we are ready to provide a support and, be there for the national electoral bodies. And for the next 4 years, I would like to let you know that next week we will have a plan of the Council of Europe for the entire country for the next 4 years. I can congratulate you. We are have a rather good image as a country, also because we've had a very good elections exercise, and the Republic of Moldova, in this case, has demonstrated that it is well on its way to the European Union. And as Madam Barbaros has mentioned, we have a new chapter in the Constitution of the Republic of Moldova. All of these things lead to consolidating democracy in our countries. And I hope that step by step we will be able to align to EU standards that I would like to reiterate. They are homogeneous to the electoral standards of the Council of Europe. Here I would like to end because I am following and very mindful of time. I'll be happy to answer your questions. I will need to leave in about 30 minutes, so sorry. So, as Madam Cucuruza mentioned, all questions will be magic. And we will be able to get back to the questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tatarov, for this overview of the efforts made
rezultatele vedem în prezent și
and the outcomes of which we see presently, and the commitment to
care urmează să o acorde
support
Consiliul Europei în continuare
that
celor două
the Council of
instituții cu
Europe
atribuții în
shall
domeniul
continue
electoral.
providing to the two
Continuăm
electoral
discuțiile în
bodies.
cadrul panelului
We
nostru
are continuing
prin
with
a
our panel
menționa, așa
discussion
cum
by
deja am
mentioning,
și statuat,
as
că democrația ar
already
trebui
stated earlier,
protejată
that
și
democracy
cultivată,
needs to be
iar
protected
stabilitatea,
and
securitatea și
cultivated, and
prosperitatea Uniunii
stability
Europene
and
se
safety
bazează pe apărarea
and the
fermă
well-being
a
of
principiilor,
the
a
EU
valorilor
is
și a
based
instituțiilor
on observing
democratice,
the
însă cu
democratic
regret,
values,
diverse fenomene
principles, and standards.
au
Unfortunately,
amplificat provocările care
different
se
phenomena
confruntă acestea,
have
inclusiv sub
amplified the
aspectul
different
organizării și
aspects that the
desfășurării
region
alegerilor
is confronted
libere
with
și corecte.
concerning
Și
the
cum a
correct
menționat
and fair
și
elections as well.
doamna Barbaroș
As
și domnul
Mrs.
Sergiu
Barbaroș and
Tatarov,
Mr. Tatarov
menționez și eu
mentioned,
acea
I also would like
recomandare
to subscribe to the
a
same
Comisiei, de fapt, din
recommendation of
2023,
the Commission
12 decembrie
of
2023, referitor
December
la
12,
procesele electorale
2023,
inclusive și
concerning
reziliente în
inclusive and
Uniune și la
resilient
consolidarea
electoral
caracterului
processes within
european
the
și
EU, and by
desfășurarea
strengthening the
eficiente
EU
a
character
alegerilor
and the
pentru
development,
Parlamentul
efficient
European.
carrying
Despre efectul
on
acestor
of the
fenomene descrise
EU
inclusiv și în
Parliament
această
elections. About
recomandare la care am făcut
these
referințe,
different
despre măsurile
recommendations,
de
including the
protecție
recommendations I've referred to,
acestea,
and the
discutăm cu
measures,
doamna
protective
Ingrid
measures
Martin.
and effort,
Vă salutăm,
we
expertă
will
în
discuss
domeniul
further
electoral,
with Mr.
cercetătoare în
Ingrid
cadrul
Bicu. She's an
Institutului
expert
de
in the
Studii
electoral field,
Europene și
also a
Drepturile
research
Omului, în
associate
cadrul
of the Institute of
Universității
European Studies and Human Rights
Salamanca.
at
Doamna
the
Bicu,
Salamanca
încă o dată vă
University.
mulțumim pentru faptul că ați dat
Mrs.
de a
Biku,
participa în
welcome
cadrul
again and
conferinței
thank
și
you
din
for
acest an și că vă
accepting
recordați discursul
to
și
participate
relatările în
in
funcție de
this
necesitățile
conference, and that
și
you are
actualitățile inclusiv pe tărâm
adjusting
electoral din
your
Republica Moldova. Aveți
speaking points to the
Bună
relevance
ziua,
and
mulțumesc tare mult.
needs
Nici nu știți ce
that
plăcere
we
îmi face
have
să pot să vorbesc
here
în
in
sfârșit și în limba
Moldova.
română despre temele astea.
Thank
N-am
you
foarte multe
very
ocazii,
much.
din
I am
păcate.
very happy to be able and to
Mă
have the
gândesc,
opportunity to
nu știu
also
în ce
speak in
măsură
Romanian
audiența
about
este
these topics, because I don't have many opportunities to do
majoritar
so. So
vorbitoare de limbă română sau engleză. Prezentarea
I'm not
PPT-ul este în
sure if
engleză.
the
S-ar
majority
putea, în mod
speak English
exact absolut
or
paradoxal, să vă
Romanian,
spoticnesc
but my
atunci când
presentation
prezint în limba
is
română,
in
doar pentru că, din
English.
nou,
I
ocaziile
might
sunt
may
extraordinar
make
de
some
rare,
mistakes
din
in
păcate,
speaking in
deși
Romanian
nevoie în
because
zona noastră
I have
există
not too
fără
many
discuție
opportunities to
de
speak
a
in
aborda aceste
Romanian
teme.
on these themes, although
Trebuie
in
să vă
our
felicit, știu
region
că nu avem
it's
foarte mult timp și
indeed
poate că
very
suntem puțin
important to
în
speak
contra
about them.
timp, dar trebuie
I would like
neapărat
to
să vă felicit
congratulate
pentru
you,
toate
although I
eforturile
do
pe care
know
le
that we don't have
depuneți.
enough
Este o uniune
time.
extraordinară. Noi ne-am întâlnit și aici la Stockholm.
I do believe
În continuare în Stockholm,
so.
deși
I am in
colaborez cu
Stockholm, although I do collaborate
colegi din
with
diverse țări și sunt
colleagues
afiliată
from
cu Universitatea din Pontifică din Salamanca.
different
Este extraordinar
countries, and I
simpatic și
am
are o
affiliated to the
valoare
Salamanca University. But
nemaipomenit.
what you are doing is valuable.
Chiar când îmi actualizam prezentarea
When
seara,
I
mă
was
gândeam
updating
că
my
s-ar putea să devină
presentation last
meserie
night, I
dificilă
was
asta cu
thinking that
protecția spațiului
it might become a very
democratic, fie că e
risky
spațiu de
job
comunicare, fie că e
to
spațiu fizic, adică
deal
devine și
with
este
the
evident că e din ce
protection
în ce
of
mai
the
riscantă în
communication
multe țări ale lumii. Nu ne așteptam să se
area, and
întâmple
it
asta
becomes more and
în
more
țări cu
risky, and we were not expecting for this to happen
dezvoltare
in
democratică sau cu
developing
democrație chiar
countries
consolidată.
or
Asta e
even in
foarte
developed countries.
îngrijorătoare.
This is indeed a
Mă
very
gândesc atunci
severe
să
tendency. So
partajez
I
ecranul
will now share
și
my
îmi ziceți
screen.
dumneavoastră cum
Please let
preferați,
me
în
know
română sau
what
în
do you
engleză.
prefer,
Și cum
Romanian or
prefergeți să vă
English, and
feedback
please,
dacă fac greșeli
please.
în română. Mergem.
Ingrid este mai bine în română, totuși
It is
preponderent
best
suntem
to
vorbitori
have it in
de
Romanian
limba
because
română, iar
most participants
invitații
speak
noștri din
Romanian, and
străinătate au
our
disponibilă în
foreign guests
traducere.
can listen to your
Ok, perfect.
presentation interpreted into
Oare
English.
puteți să vedeți ecranul?
Please
Da, se vede,
let
se
me
vede.
know
Perfect, bine.
Mhm.
Spuneam că prezentarea e oricum în
if
engleză pentru că
you
am
can
avut
see it. So
e
my
totuși o limbă
presentation is in
comună în cele din
English
urmă, chiar dacă o să vorbesc
because
eu în română.
this is
Și
a language that we are all using, although I'll be speaking
vizează
Romanian. and is focused on.
Ceea ce am încercat să fac, da, e evident aproape prematur.
So what I tried to do was to identify as much as possible these tendencies in this information space, the harmful dynamics, and the different efforts that were made in order to protect the information space around elections in 2024. So we have interesting findings. So just to make sure that you are seeing it in presenter view, because I have some notes made next to it. So I do hope that this presentation will be helpful for you. It's, however, quite long. So please let me know if you could keep the time and let me know when I should stop. And we can further discuss various issues during the Q&A. So this is a theoretical studies concerning, from our perspective and our research perspective, concerning the information environment around elections. So the general definition of the information environment is a dynamic aggregator of human and non-human actors and systems and techniques that are generating, are exposed, are using content, and equally use or represent different platforms for content dissemination, of collecting, processing, analyzing, and decision-making based on it. So decision-making based on the content shared in this informational environment. What is more particular in this environment are the different roles that we as users acquire within this environment. So either we talk about the voters or the electoral officials, the different electoral bodies, or different observers. And of course, we have male and female, because in Romanian we also have male and female. So
la obiectivul final și vorbim aici de alegeri credibile și de rezultate electorale care
goal is also very important. So we talk about trusted elections and accepted electoral results. And on the other side, the impact of certain malign activities in this environment leads to the reduced trust in elections and electoral exercises and different forms of manifesting their lack of acceptance, leading up to conflict and electoral violence. So it's important to associate the consequences of certain exercises and processes which are not credible. Artificially, they become not credible. So at the social level in the respective country, but also at the regional level. So reverberations that can impact the regional and international level, and we will see on the next slide that this is one of the objectives of the ill-intentioned stakeholders. Here you can see a list of tendencies, so to say, that were identified throughout the election processes in 2024 around the world, so far at least. Some are, for me, another election exercise, for me, a very important election exercise will follow in Romania by the end of the year, and in other countries too, though we don't have too much until the end of the year, but the tendencies are really worrisome. And though many of these tendencies were already visible throughout the recent years, or progressively over a longer period of time, what is worrying, what is concerning is the fact that in 2024 they were exacerbated. This is the outcome. So the findings of a new research that together with my former colleagues from IDEA colleagues we've conducted together this research, and at that respective time, it was showing us, you can see that in 2019, disinformation that was targeting processes, institutions, and elections officials reached a peak. So our analysis from back then was showing that we had to, so that number would have been higher, probably the highest historical number, concerning the disinformation cases. Quantitatively speaking, it is hard for me to say if this has occurred, because we did not finalize the 2024 study, but the expectation is for this peak to have been overcome and to be much, much higher, unfortunately. Concerning the information environment around elections, and one of the aspects that becomes not only concerning, but it also becomes a problem. I don't know if addressing it would mean to capture the public communication environment spaces. So I mentioned already many times the captured media, mass media. Marius Dragomir is one of the colleagues that are studying captured media, political financing, political activity, and promoting electoral campaigns and propaganda. Unfortunately, what we see in many countries around the world is that mainstream media is captured as a consequence of the political activity and of illicit financing of electoral campaigns. And we see that social media online become environments which are occupied more and more often by aggressive behaviors, which usually are representing the more extreme political elements and similar to bullying, if I could say so. And the discourse is extremely aggressive, leading to the fact that debates are limited. Experts, researchers, activists, civil society in general have an environment of expressing democratic values that is more and more reduced, and it becomes very narrow. This political communication, through its illicit forms of financing, manages to capture a lot from the information environment. And secondly, we have this extreme aggressiveness, which doesn't leave any space
nu mai permite, să zicem, această disponibilitate a altor categorii de utilizatori să-și manifeste opiniile și
other groups of stakeholders to freely express their views and positions online either. And unfortunately, women are the most impacted, and we know that electoral officials and also the women candidates, that fortunately we are seeing them on higher positions. We have a case in Mexico where we had 2 women on as candidates to the president's position, and I had the opportunity to review the Mexican case, and we have identified a very high aggressive behavior towards the candidates based on gender. And somehow, although all of these, so this entire list of tendencies, of negative tendencies that we have seen are individually presented, they are correlated, interrelated, and they are deriving one from the other. So the reduced trust in the elections exercise, according to IDEA publication of 2024, this parameter, these indicators concerning credibility, has registered a historical low in 39 countries, if I'm not mistaken. However, this is the reference, and you can verify the data correlated majorly with the dynamic from the online and offline media. I was telling you about the reduced civic spaces, narrowing civic spaces, talking about the different legislations and what are the interpretation of the legislations. And for it is quite concerning the fact that under using the pretext of actually protecting the exercise, legislative amendments are approved which indirectly are legally aggressed all those activists for freedom of speech, protecting an information environment free of disinformation and aggressiveness. So we have an example from Paraguay in this case. It's a fascinating case, if it wouldn't be actually a sad one, and how civil society active in the field of disinformation is basically put outside of law. I think soon they will be outside of law. Another interesting tendency to take into consideration is that strategies that are being more and more used by national and external stakeholders focus on targeting local communities and ethnic minorities. Unfortunately, the international community, donors, and international stakeholders focusing on this area, they don't address them. Unfortunately, maybe due to their limited opportunities to reach these remote communities, or maybe language barriers play a role. And hence, these were identified as a potential political environment to be influenced by stakeholders with less democratic intentions. And I believe that in the future, we have to focus more on these areas. And I want to use these opportunities to emphasize this aspect because we have representatives of different international organizations that might be interested in exploring this risk and this tendency. Concerning the influencing factors, generally speaking, we have the general ones. So we have the technological dynamics, and probably I should mention AI in this context. So concerning AI, we have kicked off 2024 with a discourse, alarming discourse concerning the way AI could or can or will impact elections of 2024 around the world. And we are now at the end of the year assessing too quickly, saying that AI didn't have any impact on the outcomes of the election. So between these two extremes, from the beginning and from the end of the year, there are some studies coming up concerning the impact of AI on elections. And I personally believe that it did have a role concerning generative technologies. The context and the cases when it was used during the electoral campaigns, when it was used one time too often for manipulation, disinformation, and manipulation of the voters' behavior. So during electoral campaigns, it was intensely used, disguised as satire or funny content, but oftentimes the ill intentions were identified beyond the funny side of the content. that was hiding disinformation. So also there was behavior that was not authentic, and research is only starting on that. I have an entire presentation at the end, but probably I won't have time for that. So there is a lot of potential here, but we're talking about different electoral stakeholders that are using it. So the regulation, as we well know about it, the regulatory initiatives for optimizing AI are really fragmented, and concerning elections, fortunately, national bodies were not as keen to implement such tools, but political actors were more interested in doing so, and the usual suspects, so the stakeholders that are generally responsible for the different hybrid threats. So they were very interested in the AI development, and I'm documenting presently how foreign stakeholders have used AI as a hybrid attack form. And I have documented, I believe, 60 cases so far. I don't know if that's a lot or not, because it's very, very difficult to measure impact. And talking about impact, so trust is targeted directly, and unfortunately it seems that they have reached this objective because we see a historical low concerning the credibility of elections, and unfortunately delegitimizing the electoral processes as an outcome of this process. I think I should go faster. So concerning the objectives, I believe that it's a fascinating subject, because we could initiate a philosophical discussion, or to combine philosophy and behavioral sciences. So I actually produced this with the support of ChatGPT, and I recommend to do it. I wrote, engage in a Socratic discussion on disinformation in the world.
Să-i dați o comandă lui ChatGPT pentru a intra într-o discuție socratică în legătură cu impactul.
The same is repeated in Romanian now.
Actorii rău intenționați în legătură cu
having in mind the objectives of the ill-intentioned stakeholders, so you will have a combination between power and vulnerability, which takes us to a very interestingly to explore areas. So at a certain point, these were identified during my research. So the power part becomes a conclusion. But during the research, these were the objectives that were identified as the objectives of the perpetrators, of the aggressors around electoral exercises. These are different objectives as mentioned. They range from ideological to economic ones and geopolitical, obviously.
Aici are și vis-a-vis de măsuri, poate că
are
importanță mai mare chiar.
So maybe it's even more important to speak about it. When we talk about the attacks against officials, organizations, and the electoral processes, the legal action against them was the method, the least used method. Those that I've talked to, that I've interviewed, that at that given moment were top managers or top management officials of electoral commissions, shared that authorities, or very few, had this initiative of actually reporting to the authorities the attacks against the electoral agencies or against them as individuals. They didn't receive any feedback, or there was no legal action taken. And probably one of the most difficult questions to answer is who are the initiators, especially when you talk about this environment. So just a few best practice examples to follow. I won't present them all, but you'll have access to my presentation. So if you will have any questions, then please reach out to me. We can continue our communication in any form. So Finland is ranked as the most resilient or resistant country to fake news among European countries, that is. And next is Denmark, Holland, Sweden and Estonia. They have trust, a lack of corruption, and some money. So a good effect, and it's a very good example to focus on an approach when entire society is involved: academia, civil society, state bodies. Some are quite controversial in our cultural and social environments. So you can read through the presentation because I went over time. So when you'll have access to it. Another good best practice is the Swedish case. So we have working groups and interorganizational cooperation. Again, a whole society approach, but an approach where cooperation and collaboration is achieved through national agencies, authorities in the field of security, physically and online, but Swedish authorities have also acknowledged that they are also confronted with challenges in implementing the measures that they have suggested. But this is a good practice, best practice, but correlated also the national context of a very strong trust, high trust in the authorities. This best practice example, or these examples are very specific for the countries where they were implemented. So I always bring the codes of conduct that are signed by the different political parties in different countries. In the Netherlands, for example, the political parties have agreed on not to use disinformation and ill-intentioned techniques in information environment around elections and electoral campaigns. They have observed that, and they shook hands on that, and there was an agreement among all political parties. But in Georgia, for example, they have also signed such an agreement, but it didn't mean much. It was only signed. So the local context, national context counts in such cases, and when strategies are developed, this should be taken into account. So this is the Australian case, which is linked to inter-organizational collaboration at the state level, situational awareness. This represents an important aspect, the capacity of knowing the tendency of the information environment and the initiatives, the ill-intentioned initiatives, and to identify them at the early stages in order to take needed measures. This is a prerogative that certain countries and certain elections bodies have included in their mandates in order to be able to monitor the information environment around elections and outside the electoral periods, to make sure that the electoral rights are not impacted, because that's what the mandate of electoral bodies is about. Concerning legal measures, a controversial matter, we have the French case, but we have also other cases, other countries from different political regimes, from authoritative regimes to emergent democracies, developed democracies, strengthened democracies, that throughout the spectrum, they've implemented different forms, different legislative regulations meant to protect the electoral environment or the information environment around elections, concerning
din partea diversilor actori.
threats coming from different stakeholders.
Absolut toate, cred, nu cam toate. Germania,
I believe that
Franța,
most of them, so
Japonia,
Germany, France,
vorbind
Japan,
aici de țări mai
talking about
consolidate, toate au fost
countries with strong democracies.
contestate.
So they were contested, and
Regimuri autoritare, în
talking
egală
about
măsură contestate,
authoritative
folosite ca parte a
regimes,
autorității
they
digital,
are
pe care îl vedem din ce
used
în ce
as
mai frecvent
part of the
manifestându-se
digital
din diverse
authoritative
forme
approach,
și
which we
sub
see more and more
pretextul
often through different forms,
protejării populației
by using the pretext of protecting the citizens in front of disinformation, but actually different laws are passed under by using this facade that are actually targeting civil society, the freedom of expression, and other democratic principles. I will talking to you about the different codes of conduct, and I believe that in the Republic of Moldova you have signed one as well. So it is very interesting to see what will be the effect or what will be the impact. So this is a very interesting aspect that I would like to address. This is another Australian case. So the Electoral Commission from Australia, they somehow understand the fact that operational excellence is not sufficient for the credibility of electoral processes. So they are using a reputation management system where operational excellence with very good strategic communication
o expertiză și analiză, adică își bazează cumva
and
deciziile
the expertise and analysis, so they are basing their decisions on the monitoring of the information environment, and in parallel, they are also ensuring organizing elections as much as possible without any issues. And what is the problem, and I've seen in other parts, as a communication strategy to communicate that the elections will be flawless, but unfortunately we don't have flawless elections, but this was a very good approach to have this inoculation in order to fight disinformation and ill-intentioned tendencies. So maybe indeed we should prefer an option where we actually communicate certain risks so that the population wouldn't end up having a violent reaction or for the elections to lose their credibility completely. There are many things still to share, but I think I'll stop here. Strategic communication, fact-checking proved to be useful. Different agreements with concerning electoral management and platforms, and surely the gender component, which continues to represent women and marginalized groups, continue to represent, unfortunately, the target of attacks during or around elections in the informational environment. I hope it didn't take too long, my presentation, and thank you for your attention. Ingrid, I believe that all our participants agree that it was worth going over time, and indeed, you have showed us the impact on legitimacy and credibility and the scope of these attacks. And unfortunately, yes, in Moldova, we could actually have a case study developed. And why not? Maybe we will benefit from an EU program, as the Swedes did, because we did see that this was part of a EU program where all the authorities could come together to fight against this phenomenon. We have actually an institution specialized in this field, which in collaboration with the other authorities could focus. And we have actually another election exercise in 2025, and Republic of Moldova has to take certain measures against this phenomenon. Thank you very much for your availability, and thank you for your willingness to also share your presentation with the participants. We will commit to share it with them, the presentation, once we'll receive it, and you can thus continue studying or reading through the information provided. So if you agree maybe to join us in conducting a study on this topic, and if you consider this opportunity, then please let us know and reach out to us. But now I would like to invite you to continue with the same topic concerning disinformation and the impact of AI. Mrs. Biko has mentioned already what was the message that was launched at the beginning of the year of 2024. On one side, of course, we are very happy that the impact was not as visible, but it was limited to the satire and memes and funny content. But let's not underestimate the impact of this reality that could also be beneficial, and those generative instruments can be useful in the electoral field. But now let's not underestimate the impact that could be had on the candidates. This being said, I would like to give the floor
Centrul de Instruire Continuu în domeniul electoral, a participanților la programul de burse în cadrul instituției noastre.
So these scholarship awardees are participants in that have drafted these researches throughout 2024. And provided that we have the opportunity to have this conference today, we will see a presentation of the researches that they have undertaken. So about disinformation and the impact of AI, we will hear Madam Iatsko, and she is a PhD in politics studies, politology. She's also a teacher at the University for International Relations from the Moldovan State University. She is a coordinator in the research that was undertaken by Alexandrina Rusu, who is a master's candidate in this faculty, in the Faculty of Politology, Political Sciences from Bucharest. So you will be able now to view the result of the work of Madam Iatsko and Mediu Rusu in this research. Madam Iatsko, can you hear us, please? Please turn your microphone on.
Sper că mă aud bine, da?
Da, este perfect. Mulțumesc.
Salut călduros de aici, de la Universitatea de Stat.
Very warm hellos from the State University to the participants of this great event that was organized by the Center of Electoral Training. I'm very happy to see that we have very relevant topics that discuss about the democratic structure in the Republic of Moldova. I would like to express my recognition for acknowledging the researchers that make very important research papers in the field of electoral legislation and elections in general. So Alexandrina wanted to approach a very relevant topic.
E ok.
Can you see the screen?
Dacă doriți, așa, e bine, așa e.
Așa, e bine, e perfect. Într-adevăr,
So it's perfect now. So indeed, Alexandrina, the author of this study, speaks about combating electoral disinformation in the context of accelerated evolution of the technology and the fact that we have AI now. So taking into account this is a very challenging thing in the society that we live in, and provided that technologies have advanced significantly and we did not manage, to have very good regulations put in place in this regard. So I was very happy to guide this research, and we will speak about the following. So we will speak about the issues, the objectives, and the method. The issue in the study, the objectives and methodology of the study, the results of the research, conclusions and recommendations, as well as sources. So, as you are able to see in the title of the study, we wanted to speak about the intentional dissemination of fake news and electoral disinformation, especially through digital means. I believe that this was very challenging because you needed to look into public sources. And we also had to analyze the electoral legislation of the European Union in combating fake news and the media monopoly in the electoral context. These were two important hypotheses in this study. The objectives that we had for ourselves in this research was to explain and to understand what are the manipulation forms of informational sources, also foreign involvement, what are the disinformation campaigns, what are the cybernetic threats, also to understand efficient means of minimizing the manipulation risks in terms of media and information that electors are exposed to. And also
înțelegem care sunt metodele eficiente de a minimiza riscul de manipulare în contextul mediatic și informațional la care
also, we
sunt
looked
expuși
at what is the methodology of combating the dangers of disinformation in the Republic of Moldova. We've seen in the previous presentation that also other states are looking into in order to minimize these dangers that become highly emphasized during election periods. Also, we wanted to draft a series of recommendations on the dangers of disinformation in the Republic of Moldova, specifically taking into account the very specific means that are relevant for the Republic of Moldova. So the methodology that was used was, first of all, document analysis. She looked at opinion barometer studies, reports, strategies, and the legal framework of the EU member states. It was important for her to make a comparative analysis of the European and national legislation to interpret the results from the materials that she studies in order to emphasize certain specific cases, and also to transform the analyzed content also through quantitative data, taking into account the available quantitative data, and also the qualitative data analysis, which was opinions and attitude of electors. So the results that we were able to see in this study, we identified the type of instruments that the European Union uses to combat and to prevent the threats of intentional dissemination of fake information during election periods. And here we need to speak and to mention the following. First of all, acknowledging the situation. It's important to understand the types of threats the actors that are involved, and their operational means, because
falsificarea sau integritatea
falsifying
informațională
the
sunt concepte noi și
integrity
ce
of
măsură
information,
diferiți actori
these are
implicați
rather new
evoluează
concepts, and it's very
aceste
important to
situații care
understand
există
how the
în
actors
procesul electoral.
involved
Desigur, nu în ultimul
understand
rând, este
these.
foarte
Of
important să
course,
vedem
last but
și
not
în ce
least, it's
măsură se
important to
realizează
see
consolidarea
how
rezilienței
they
prin crearea
consolidate
și prin
resilience,
existența
also
unor serii
through
de instrumente,
a
cum ar fi
series of applying a series of
instruirea,
instruments
sprijinul pe
like
care este
training
acordat,
and the
este
support that
acordat
is
pentru
offered
actorilor
for
pe mass media,
different
starea
independent media
civilă,
institutions,
îmbunătățirea
civil
comunicării
society,
strategice,
improving
nu doar în
strategic
societate, ci și la
communication,
nivel
not
instituțional și
only
acest
at social
chiar și
level, but
Republica
also at
Moldova a înțeles
institutional
acest
level. And in this
moment,
regard,
are
the
nevoie
Republic of
de
Moldova
o
understood these
abordare
things
instituțională
because they
pentru
do
a-și
need to
consolida
have this
reziliența
institutional approach
în
in
spațiul
order to
public
consolidate
cu
the
acces
public
și prin
space resilience,
procesele electorale. Desigur, nu în
especially when we
ultimul
have
rând,
elections. Last but not
vorbim
least,
de reglementarea
speak
și
about the regulation,
mobilizarea
the
și sprijinul
mobilization,
acordat în cadrul
and the
campaniilor de social
support offered
media, și anume
to
prin
social
acele
media
platforme.
campaigns. We speak
Eu cer
about the
scuze, scurt, aici
campaigns
avem o intervenție
on the
mică.
platforms. Sorry, I have a small
Așa.
intervention
Și
here.
sprijinirea
1
campaniilor
second.
de social
Thank
media
you.
pentru că
To support the
avem
social
nevoie
media
de a ne
campaigns
asigura că
because we
platformele,
need
într-adevăr,
to
sunt
ensure that these
spațiul juridic
platforms are
potrivit
uh,
pentru
an
a asigura
appropriate
integritatea
space
proceselor
and place
electorale
that
și a
ensure the
reduce și a
integrity of
minimiza
electoral
operațiunile de manipulare
um,
informaționale care pot
actions.
apărea în
And
cadrul proceselor
also,
electorale.
we need to look
Nu
at
mai puțin
the
importante și sunt foarte cu un impact,
ways
răspunsurile
that
diplomatice care
manipulation
vin
is being
special
undertaken on
pe
social media as
măsura
well.
de
We also looked
interferență
at
în operațiunea unui
diplomatic
stat, și anume de acele
response,
sancțiuni
which
care
are
sunt
economic sanctions,
puse statului care
restrictive
intervine în
measures. These are
procesele
measures
electorale și
that
acestea
are
sunt
applied
ignorate, măsuri
to or
restrictive,
against
declarații
states
și
that are
dependent
becoming
care sunt
illegally
făcute
involved
de factorii politici
in states.
pentru
This includes, of course, public
protejate prin răspunsuri
condemnation
diplomatice integritatea
declaration
proceselor
in order to
electorale.
protect through diplomatic response
Urmând
the
aceste
integrity of
practici
electoral
și
processes.
abordări cu caracter proactiv a Uniunii
Looking
Europene,
at the
desigur este
practices and the
important și
proactive
pentru
approach of the
Republica
European Union,
Moldova
of course, it's
să
important
aibă
that
anumite
Moldova
lecții învățate,
learns
care
some
constau în
lessons,
a-și
and
continua
these
să-și
lessons relate
consolideze
to
măsurile
how
de
to
combatere a
continue to
dezinformării
consolidate the
electorale
measures to
și, în acest
combat
sens, autoarea a identificat și a considerat că sunt
electoral
importante
manipulating
următoarele
instruments.
domenii,
And the
și
author
anume monitorizarea
decided or
transparentă a
concluded that
conținuturilor online cu
two
caracter
things are very important: a
electoral
transparent
și
monitoring
reacțiile
of
trimise
online content,
să
the
vină
electoral online
după aceste
content,
exercițiu de
and
monitorizare pentru
to
a combate
see
știrile false și
what
a
are the
asigura
best
o
means to
integritate
combat
informațională
fake
în
news
cadrul
and what
procesului
is needed to
electoral.
be done in order to
De
ensure
asemenea,
integrity in the
autoarea pune accent
electoral
foarte mult în
process.
cadrul studiului pe educarea
Also, the
publicului,
author
a publicului pentru diferite
emphasizes the
categorii, pentru
importance of
că
education
vedem
of the wider
aici
public
anumite inegalități, de
in
exemplu, în
regards
contextul în
to
care
the
este
informational and
un
digital
vârstă
risks, because
mai
we have
înaintată
here a
și
lot of
tinerii
issues
în ce
with
măsură
the
pot
elderly
folosi și
population, and we
gestiona
also need to look at
tehnologie
how the
și
young persons
a
can
preveni
not only
combaterea sau
use but also
riscurile
manage
reputaționale
their
și
activity
repetitive legate
online
de
in order
subiectele
to
electorale și de
combat
participarea în cadrul
online
proceselor
risks related to
electorale.
the participation in the electoral
În acest
processes.
sens,
In
au
this
fost
sense,
evidențiate și anumite soluții practici care au fost preluate din
we
experiența
have
Uniunii
looked at some
Europene.
solutions and
În primul
practices
rând, o
from the
soluție pe care
experience of the
le-a
European
propus
Union.
este
So,
de
one
a
solution that
realiza
we've proposed
transparentizare a
was
activității
to
operatorilor de
make
internet,
the internet
care să
operators
implice
more
platformele ele să
transparent.
ia
So,
măsuri
this would
concrete de
oblige the
protejare
media
a electoratului
platforms
de
to
conținuturile
undertake very specific
eronate,
measures to
fără a
protect
acționa, deci,
the
extrem de
electorate
restrictiv
from
aici la nivel de
erroneous
puterea
content,
executare și în
but
acest
in
sens a
order to
propus și
action in
un
restrictive
caz referitor la
means,
legislația
because we
franceză
speak
împotriva
here also about freedom
manipulării
of speech as
informației,
well. And
că
the author here brought
această
an example
lege
that
franceză
France
obligă
uses,
platformele media să retragă
which is
conținutul
they
care a fost
oblige the
dovedit
media
fals și
to
instituie un,
withdraw the
adică a fost
content that is
un
considered fake
dispozitiv
or unreal
accesibil,
and they created a very visible and accessible instrument that allows persons to signal the fake content. Also to support society on combating erroneous information by creating a scientific research structure that would lead to developing better instruments to recognize and diminish the manipulation phenomenon. So here we speak about the instruments the different actors use by creating better instruments that can be used to raise awareness amongst the population. So the author recommended here to use a series of steps that are used in different EU states. For example, identifying red flags, identifying disinformation. Disinformation that is seen in electoral campaigns. So in this sense, also the author appealed to the practice of the European Observer of Digital campaigns that provides support to decision-making factors in combating disinformation, who tries to create a network or a platform where they include scientists, journalists, or persons that are generally speaking fact checkers, so especially experts in the field of fake information, fake news. So also the ones that are specialized in developing informational systems and platforms, so that with their support, the decision-making factors can better regulate this field. Also, we emphasized those institutions that organize a series of trainings for political actors and for the electorate. We can see here that different states have these institutional approach. For example, in France, they have National Agency for Security, for Cybersecurity, and they organize trainings for cybernetic security for political parties. A National Cybernetic Security Center from England that work with political parties to protect the data and of the digital systems and the online profiles. They can use this platform to monitor who is entering this public space as a candidate, etc. Also in Belgium, they drafted a guide for electoral candidates and these teams in order with the purpose to make information more secure. So taking into account the experience, the practices at the level of EU, the study has emphasized the need to implement more coherent actions, and the author here identifies these activities at different levels. For example, at political level, you need the political will, availability, and acknowledging the need to make a series of very specific steps to combat disinformation. At technological level, of course, technology is accelerating very dynamically now, and the impact that it can have on the population is rather significant. So in this sense, it's important to adopt a series of legislative measures that many times may come a bit later than needed. So they sometimes do not manage to be up to date with the instruments that some actors use in the online environment. Because we've seen in the Republic of Moldova that they use, for example, deep fakes or change the voices, the faces of candidates and disseminate them in the online space. So it's not very easy to draft these kinds of regulations or to regulate these things in the laws. Also, it's important to look in what monitoring mechanism there exists and to apply them in the case of the Republic of Moldova. Last but not least, of course, the Republic of Moldova is trying to respond to these things with a series of educational means via different actors like the civil society, the education field, like to have different activities in schools in order to increase awareness at social level. This can be done through media education, electoral education, and these things need to include topics related to online disinformation, the impact of AI on electoral processes, and how can these instruments be used not with the best intention or with worst intention actually in the electoral processes. So these have the purpose to increase and intensify the fight with electoral disinformation as recommendations drafted after the study. We see here on the slide the need to consolidate a series of governmental structures, and the author also appeals to the Center for Strategic Communication that would have the mandate to apply faster a series of measures on monitoring malicious content in the online environment, organizing trainers and involving political activists and civic activists and electors or political candidates in order to increase the potential to identify and combat subversive actions of internal and external forces. Of course, it would be important to introduce a series of specialized courses in university curriculum, in high school curricula, etc., so that the young persons who are mostly connected to technologies, they need to be capacitated to realize what is real and what is manipulation, and to ensure that especially for persons who vote for the very first time, they need to vote consciously and to take responsibility for their vote. Also, we need to, in the Republic of Moldova, to extend and to support research on disinformation and hate speech in general in the political activity, especially when these means are very emphasized during electoral campaigns. Here we have the sources that the author used for her research. And I would like to kindly thank her for the efforts. So, Alexandrina, thank you for undertaking this research. We're very happy that it will be published, so the wider public would have access to this research, at least for the ones that are interested. So thank you kindly for your attention. Thank you, Madam Ianțco. You, as a coordinator, you've obviously been on this path every step of the way with the author. So I think that our conference is quite amazing because this is a platform where international researchers, but also the researchers of the future get to meet in this conference and to have this exchange of information and opinions. And I'm very happy that some conclusions that also Madam Bicu has mentioned, they are also reflected in this research. So we encourage Alexandrina to continue her path, and we hope that she will continue to undertake researches on topics that are also related to the electoral system. So thank you kindly for mentioning that all researches will be found in a publication of our center. We are calling it 5 research documents. It will be online with free access for everybody. In order to close this topic, I would like to remind you that Madam Barbaros has mentioned what is the EU legislation in this regard, and I would like to reiterate the recommendation of the Commission from September 2018 on the networks on cooperating in the electoral processes, combating incidents in cybersecurity, and combating disinformation campaign, making the processes more transparent. All of this was done in anticipation of the European Parliament elections. So we will look now at the national level legislation. We will look at what provisions have been already transposed. Obviously, we have some progress on this topic, but we have lots of work that remains to be done. And I'm very happy that Alexandrina emphasized as a recommendation the fact that it's important to have specialized courses in the curriculums of the universities, of the high schools, so that the young people get the capacity to differentiate between what is real and what is disinformation prior to voting, even for the first time. So I hope that you understand where I am heading with this topic. So yes, it's how to support young people in exercises their electoral rights, because this is one of the recommendations that is reflected in the list of recommendations of the commission that we have seen at the end of 2023. So I think that it is necessary to give the floor for extending this topic on participating of young people in the decision-making processes in the Republic of Moldova. We will give the floor to another scholarship awardee, who is Mr. Ieronim Ciobanu, who is now a master's candidate at the Faculty of History and Philosophy at the State University from Moldova, and also lots of gratitude to Mr. Ion Xenofontov, a doctor of history, PhD. Is also from the State University from Moldova. So you will hear now a summary of the research entitled "The Problems of Young Persons in the Political Speech from the Republic of Moldova." So please, you have the floor.
Bună ziua, stimată audiență, stimați organizatori.
Esteemed audience, esteemed organizers, if you will allow me to share my screen.
Doamna Iațcu.
Toți cei prezenți au posibilitatea de a face
Everybody who is part of this meeting has the possibility to share their screen. We made sure of this technically. Please press the share button. Madam Iațco, okay, thank you. So you've closed your presentation.
Așa, sper că se vede.
Încă nu este. Profitând de ocazie, dacă ați urmărit agenda noastră, puțin o depășim. Ne-am propus
if you look at our agenda, we will most probably go outside. We will probably not stick to the agenda, so we will not have a break. But if you need, you have the possibility to go grab a tea, a coffee, because we believe that we are having a very, very good discussions, and the coffee will only be for the best.
Deci, tema cercetării, cum ați spus și dumneavoastră, este să
Hieronym,
studiem
you have the
problemele
floor.
din mediu,
Thank you.
discursul
So,
politic
as
din
you've mentioned, the topic
Republica
that
Moldova.
I decided to take on
Este
is the problems of
faptul
young
că lucrarea
persons
este
from the Republic of
oarecare
Moldova in the
compusă,
electoral
dar
speech.
că
The work is a bit,
cel mai
is
importantă parte,
quite
să spunem așa, partea
big,
practică,
but I
se
will look not only
numește
at the
recepționarea
practical
politicilor
part.
în domeniul
So
tineretului
that is
de către
chapter 3,
afganți.
which is
Aceasta include viziunile liderilor
how
organizațiilor politice de tineret
the
și
young leaders
deja
of
chestionarea
political
propusă a
organizations
tinerilor, concluzii și
were
recomandări
questioned. So we
și
had
deja
a survey
anexele în care
amongst
sunt
them.
rezultatele cu infografice.
And we have the
Și deja
following. We
anexele
have the visions of
interviurile
the
cu
leaders
liderii organizațiilor
of
politice
the,
de tineret,
as I mentioned, youth
care au
organizations
fost
of the political parties. We've carried out interviews with them.
vor găsi
You can
în
find
cercetarea propriu-zisă
these
de
reflected in the research itself. So
Scopul
you have there the
cercetării
interviews
rezidă
fully.
în analiza
So the
aspectelor
purpose of the
cantitative și a
research
celor
was
calitative ale
to
proceselor și
analyze
ale implicării
quantitative
tinerilor
and
în
qualitative
discursurile
aspects
politice din
of the
Republica Moldova,
processes
dat fiind
and
faptul că
involvement of
este
young
o
persons in
importantă
political
politică
speech from the Republic
targetată
of
și
Moldova, because it's
eficientă
very
de
important to have a
integrare
targeted
socială în
and
funcție
efficient
de
policy of social
necesitățile și
inclusions based
vulnerabilitățile
on or
tinerilor.
taking into account the needs and vulnerabilities of young persons.
Cercetarea își
The
propune să
research
exploreze
has the
complexitatea
purpose to
recepționării
explore the
politicilor publice destinate
complexity
tinerilor, așa
of
cum aceasta
how
se
young
reflectă în
people
percepțiile și
view the
experiențele
policies,
directe ale actorilor
taking into
implicați
account
prin
their
intermediul interviurilor cu
experiences.
liderii
So this
organizațiilor de
was
tineret și
achieved
anume
via
au fost
interviews with
intervievați trei lideri, printre
young
care
political leaders. We've interviewed three of
reprezentantul
them.
PAS
One
Youth,
of them was a
Eugeniu
representative
Sienkiewicz,
of
aflat în
PAS Youth,
Parlamentul
who
Republicii
is
Moldova,
Eugeniu
Ion
Sienkiewicz, a
Bulgac,
member of Parliament of the Republic of Moldova,
reprezentantul
Ion Bulgac, the
Coaliției pentru
representative
Unitate
of
și
the Coalition
Dezvoltare,
for
Cub
Unity and
Junior,
Welfare
și reprezentanta Gărzii
from the
Tinere,
party CUB,
Ecaterina
and the
Medvedeva,
representative of the Young Guard, which is
din
Ekaterina
partea Partidului
Medvedeva,
Socialiștilor din
from the party
Republica
of
Moldova.
the Socialist
Și
Party of the Republic of
ulterior,
Moldova.
chestionarele
Later
adresate
on,
tinerilor cu
the
privire la
surveys were
participarea
sent
electorală
to
și viața
young
politică.
persons.
Am urmărit să
The surveys
identific
were
atât punctele de
related
convergență,
to
cât și
their
discrepanțele
participation in the
dintre
political life. I
discursurile
wanted to see
oficiale și
the
realitățile trăite de
discrepancies
tineri.
between the realistic the actual
Analiza
speeches
datelor
and the
captate îmi permite să
experiences
conturez un
felt
tablou
by these
cât se
young
poate
persons.
de detailat a
I
modului în care
tried to have a very
politici de
detailed
tineret sunt
picture
formulate,
on how the
comunicate și mai
youth
ales
policies are being drafted,
interiorizate de cei
communicated,
cărora li se
and how they
adresează.
are
Pentru
experienced
realizarea
by the
studiului de
ones that
cauză, în
are
august
the final
2024 au
beneficiaries of
fost
these policies.
intervievate sau
In
chestionate 37
2024,
de persoane,
we have
dintre care
interviewed
14 de
37
sex feminin
persons,
și 23 de
14
sex
women
masculin,
and
astfel acoperind
23
minimul
men. So we've
respondenților
covered
de
a
30 plus
minimum
1.
need of respondents,
Relația
which is
dintre
30
tineri și
plus
politică este una
1.
complexă și
The relationship
dinamică,
between young
marcată de o
persons
serie
and
de
politics is a very
tensiuni și
dynamic one.
contradicții.
It's marked by a series
Cercetarea își
of
propune să se
contradictions as
aprofundeze în
well.
această
The
relație cu
research
atenție
wanted
specială
to
asupra modului
go
în care
deeper in this
politicile publice
relationship and
influențează
see how
percepțiile și comportamentele
policies
tinerilor
reflect
în
the
ceea ce
perceptions and
privește
the behaviors of
participarea
young
la viața
persons when it
politică
comes to
prin
their
intermediul
participation
unei analize
in
detaliate.
political life. And this was done via very
În contextul moldovenesc
detailed
s-a marcat o
analysis.
tranziție politică îndelungată și
We
o
have
alternanță frecventă a partidelor la putere. Tinerii se confruntă cu o
taking
serie
into
de
account
provocări
the
specifice,
political
precum
environment in the Republic
planificarea,
of Moldova,
imigrarea,
the
corupție
youth
endemică,
are facing a lot of issues like endemic corruption, migration, etc. So it's very important to see how youth policies are perceived and how they influence the decision of young persons to become involved in the political life. I will continue to present the most important infographics from a total of 26 infographics that you will be able to find fully reflected in the research. The interest in national politics was one question. So the distribution is the following: 1 is not interested at all, and 10 is very interested. This is very important to understand the young person's appetite for national politics and to identify tens if there is a trend for them to participate in the political life of Moldova. So 33.3% we've received with a score of 10 and 13.9% for 9. So the highest percentage of respondents was actually from young persons who have given the highest mark, which marks a very high interest in national politics. So these 9 and 10 are basically half of respondents because it's 47%. So this suggests that a very large part of young persons are aware of national processes, and they're probably active in the online and in their communities debates. Young persons that have the highest interest could be influencers or influential factors amongst their colleagues. They can contribute to creating the political views in different social groups, and they have a very important role in mobilizing and educating other young persons. The possibility to have political mobilization, even if some of their interests are lower, these suggest that even if we have persons that have given a lower mark, they could still be attracted to becoming more involved in the political life. The results of this infographic shows that the majority of young persons are at least moderately interested in national politics, with half of them demonstrating a very high interest in this topic. This phenomenon is confirmed by Mr. Ion Bulgak and Eugen Singevich from PAS Youth and from KUB. This demonstrates a huge potential for political involvement of young persons, especially for those who are already actively involved. We have, of course, a portion of young persons with very low interest, but they might need additional support to be more actively integrated in political life. Their continuous involvement in political discussions and civic discussions is essential in order to ensure a wider representation of young persons in the political process at national level. How informed do you consider yourself to be of current political issues? This was the question used to make this infographic. So the distribution level on how informed are persons about the political issues is the following. So 1 is least interested. No participant declared that they are completely disinterested in political issues. So this suggests that there is an acknowledgement of the political life even amongst those that are least involved. 2 and 3, so a small proportion of young persons have a very low interest in politics. which demonstrate that even if they are aware, these young persons are not actively involved in discussions or the profound understanding of the political issues. 8 was the mark given by the highest percentage of the young persons, which indicates an enhanced attention on the political life. So they are active on a daily basis, they are involved in different political discussions, debates, etc. Levels 9 and 10 together accumulate 27.8%. So these are young persons with a very high interest, which demonstrate that they have a commitment in the political life, which means that they are active in political organizations or events. So they want their voices to be heard in the public space. So more than 80% of the respondents show that young persons have a moderate interest in politics, which means that we have an informed young generations. So the fact that we have a concentration and the extremes of this scale might indicate theoretically a polarization of these of young persons. So the majority of persons are interested in politics, some of them being very much involved in these topics, representing how sufficiently do you think that the interests of young persons are presented in politics? So a vast majority of 72.2% consider that their interests are not sufficiently reflected in politics. So
Această percepție reflectă un sentiment general de dezamăgire și alienare față de clasa politică. Optimism limitat, doar 2,8% dintre respondenți cred că interesele tinerilor sunt reprezentate în mod corespunzător, indicând un nivel foarte scăzut de
A small percentage believe that their interests are represented properly in politics and that politics is addressing the issues that they are confronted with, and around 25% have a neutral opinion, or they did not express their opinion, which might indicate a lack of information or indifference towards politics. In which political parties do you trust the most? So 91.7% answered that they prefer the pro-European ones, and 8.3% answered that they prefer other parties, probably leftist parties or centrist parties, which reconfirms the fact in the Republic of Moldova, youth, or the majority of the youth, is looking forward to European integration and resonates with these values. My conclusion is that the study has showed a limited participation of youth in the decision-making process concerning the policies that are directly linked to them, and the interviews with the leaders of political parties, each of them have concluded that young people and their interest is higher or are more interested in participating. However, still young people are not mostly interested because young people are not consulted adequately and are not involved in the development and implementation of youth policies, which limits the efficiency and the relevance of these policies. It is crucial for them to be involved in the development of these policies to ensure that the different initiatives are indeed reflecting their needs and interests. Another important aspect is that training and education programs for youth, in order to stimulate their interest, they are not well adapted to the labor market, to the personal development needs of young people. And there is a significant discrepancy between the skills developed through the educational system and the real needs, which might lead to unemployment of young people and to difficulties in their professional integration. In order to streamline more the process of involving young people, I believe that national legislation should integrate the principles of quality participation, the volunteer participation of young people, without forcing them to get involved. And I might add here that talking to you, Eugeniu Sienkiewicz, representing PAS Youth Political Party, to the question if there is a need to add to the school curriculum an additional subject to stimulate the political participation of youth, he stated that young people in schools, in educational institutions, it is not allowed to speak about political issues. And I believe that colleagues from educational institutions know about the participation of young people in the electoral processes. This is a project I was involved in the first stage as part of the National Agency of Youth and Sport. And I might mention that besides modifying the legislation, what is needed is to implement monitoring mechanisms, evaluation mechanisms, and protection of youth during participation processes. And such a mechanism should include the capacity building of young people to assess and monitor their involvement, creating real opportunities for them to lead the change, to participate in the change. And the last recommendation, in order for the diversification, optimization, and it is necessary to abide strictly the youth legislation and the continuous implementation of the youth law and adapting youth policies and adjusting the youth policies to the different international standards. And I would like to underline the European Charter on the participation of youth at local and regional level. I believe that we can consider it as a constitution of youth through which their right is being confirmed regardless of type of participation. Therefore, the Republic of Moldova, the government of the Republic of Moldova, and civil society have to abide by the respective document and its provisions. Thank you very much. Next, you can see here the key references and bibliographical references, and the full research will be available on the webpage of the CICDE. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Mai putem discuta și vedem cu ce
We
putem să mai completăm
can
pentru a
surely maybe
reliefa și
discuss
eforturile care
some of
deja
the
se inițiază
details before
în
publishing
direcția
it
susținerii tinerilor din
in
Republica
order
Moldova,
to make
inclusiv
sure
prin
that
centrul de
we
instruire a conținut în domeniul electoral
include
de
and
către Comisia
emphasize
Electorală
the
Centrală, dar și
actions that are already
organizațiile
taken
ale
by the
societății
Central Electoral
civile
Commission, but
care
also by
sunt
representatives of
preocupate
civil
de
society
problemele tineretului
interested
și mă bucur că
in the
acele
different
tendințe
issues youth are
și
confronted with, and I am
de
happy to see that
autoguvernare în instituțiile
self-governing
de
and
învățămănt sunt
efforts,
susținute de
self-governing
Ministerul
efforts in
Educației, de
educational
Agenția
institutions are supported by the Ministry of
Tineret și vreau să
Education, by the
vă zic
Youth
că Centrul de
Agency,
Instruire
and
Conținut în domeniul electoral este
CICDE
partener acestor
is the
instituții în
partner of
organizarea
these
alegerilor în
institutions
aceste
when elections are
autorități de
organized.
autoguvernare. Chiar în prezent,
These
colegele
self-governing
noastre sunt
authorities,
la o activitate
presently, some of
pe
our
această
colleagues are
filieră.
attending
Ceea ce
an
vreau să
activity in this sense.
menționăm la acest subiect
Concerning
este
this
că
subject,
trăim niște vremuri fără
I would like
precedent
to
în
emphasize
contextul
that
discutat, deoarece analizând
we
datele
are
privind
living,
participarea
we are
tinerilor la
going through
scrutiniul din 20
unique
octombrie la
times,
cel din
because
3 noiembrie,
concerning
putem să
the elections
spunem că
from
am observat cea mai
20, so
ridicată
between the
rată de
20th of October and the
participare a
3rd
tinerilor în
of
ultimii
November,
15 ani.
we've
Practic este
actually
vorba despre 51,85%
witnessed the
da,
highest
raportat la numărul
participation
total de
rate
tineri
of young
care
people
sunt în Republica Moldova, ceea
compared
ce
to
înseamnă că
other
ei au demonstrat nu doar
exercises,
curaj și
which means that they
înțelepciune,
have
dar și o
showed
înțelegere
courage and
profundă a rolului
wiseness, but
esențial
they
pe care
also
îl au
have
în
showed us that they
procesele
have a
lor,
deep
în procesele
understanding
democratice.
of their
Sperăm ca
role in
această
democratic processes.
prestație și această
I
prezență remarcabilă
hope
a tinerilor
that
la
this
secțiile
remarkable
votare
presence and performance
va
of youth
sublinia
at the
importanța
polls
acestui
will
grup și va încuraja
will emphasize the
candidați la
importance
funcția de
that this group
președinte,
has and
la
will
candidați la
encourage
funcție
future
de funcție
candidates
locale,
at the
partidele
presidential
politice,
elections,
să
at
trateze
local
tinerii
elections,
drept
and
o
for the political
prioritate
parties to treat
esențială și,
young
după cum a
people
spus
as
și
a
Ieronim,
key
să
priority.
se
And as Yeronim
regăsească în
mentioned,
acele
and
platforme
for them,
electorale
for
a
the young
candidaților.
people to
Deci este
actually
necesar ca
be
interesele și
able to
nevoile
relate
tinerilor
to
să
the
se reflecte mai
campaign
clar în
platforms of
programele
the
electorale
candidates.
și
So in
în
electoral
analiza din ultimul
programs,
scrutin putem
their
spune că
needs
doar
have to
2 din
be
cei
better
11 candidați și candidate
reflected.
au
And
inclus în mod
we
explicit
might mention that in the
prioritățile
last
adresate
electoral exercise,
tinerilor
only
în
11
platformele
candidates
sale
have included
electorale.
on
Dar
their
să nu
electoral
uităm
platforms the
pentru a semnaliza
priorities of young
această
people. Let's not
lipsă de
forget
reflectare,
that
trebuie și tinerii să dea un
in
semn,
order
să fim
to
proactivi, da? Să tragem la
make
socoteală
sure that
candidații, să
this
le arătăm
information
ce au
is
promis, ce au
reaching the political
realizat
parties.
sau
Young
cum
people have to be
ar dori ei
proactive
să fie
and voice out
reprezentate
what exactly
interesele
is
tinerilor
missing
în aceste
and how
platforme
they would
electorale.
like to
Să
be
nu uităm
represented
și
on these
despre
electoral platforms.
reglementările
Let's not
existente
forget
pe
about the
partea de
present current
finanțare politică,
regulations
da?
concerning
Finanțare
political
publică.
financing.
Partidele
Public
politice
financing political parties
beneficiază
are
adițional de
additionally
subvenții
benefiting
pentru faptul
from
că
subsidies,
au
are
candidați
receiving additional
tineri
subsidies
aleși,
if
dar
they
aceasta
have
vine și
elected
cu
young
obligația
candidates,
la
but
pachet,
this
în
also
general,
brings
pentru
the
partidele politice
obligation
beneficiare de finanțare publică
for
de
these
a
political
sprijini
parties
tinerii prin
using public
programe
finances to support
la
young people
nivelul partidelor politice, inclusiv prin
within their
intermediul
political parties
organizațiilor de tineret.
through the
De
youth
aceea, după cum
organizations.
spunea și bursierul,
As
este necesar
mentioned
implementarea acestor programe
by the
sustenabile
scholar,
de
it's
promovare a
important
tinerilor
to implement
și
these
vreau să vă zic că cea
sustainable
mai bună
programs
rețetă
to
este
promote,
integrarea
to advocate for young people, and the best
educației
recipe
electorale în
is to
educația
integrate
formală
electoral
și ne
education
bucură
in the
faptul
formal
că deja
curriculum.
al doilea
And
an
we are very happy to
tinerii din
inform you that
elevii
for the
claselor a
second
9-a și
year
a
in a
10-a
row,
pot alege
pupils
cursul
of
de
the 9th and
educație
10th
electorală
grade
ca
can
curs
opt
opțional și
for a
să
course, so they have
studieze
an optional they
acele
can
subiecte legate
select
de educația
to
electorală.
study
Prin
electoral subjects. By organizing this course, their abilities to involve in different decision-making processes are being developed at their communities level and at the level of the country. We will continue the discussion concerning the participation of young people in the election, especially since there is a certain trend of actually lowering the voting age of young people. We have examples where the age of 18 was lowered to 17, to 16 years of age. And if you do remember, at the stage of when discussions took place concerning the modifications to the electoral code, in the Republic of Moldova, we have also raised this subject. Moreover, CICDE had also published a policy brief on that. So studies exist, are published, and they are further being conducted. Studies are further being conducted in the EU integration context. So, what is to be done? Shall we lower the voting age or not? What do other countries' experiences teach us? What do young people say? And about this particular subject, another scholar will speak. Master's student Olivia Plămădeală from Linz University, Austria, who together with her coordinator, PhD coordinator, Larisa Dodu-Gugea, PhD at the Academy of Economic Sciences in the Republic of Moldova, they have studied together this particular subject about the practice of Austria and Germany in lowering the voting age to 16 years of age. So definitely represents a subject that young people attending today's conference are interested in, but also decision makers. Olivia, I would like to invite you to share your screen. Yes. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that my place was occupied because we went over time, so I hope that there is not too much background noise. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Yes, we do, and we appreciate your participation. So the subtopic that I focused on together with my coordinator, so we have focused on the practice of lowering the voting age. I will go over the TOC, but we will talk about the arbitration of electoral processes in the EU, the lowering of voting age, the case of Austria and Germany, and we will refer to the Moldovan situation, especially to the electoral situation concerning the participation of young people in the Republic of Moldova. So we will start with the arbitration of electoral processes in the EU. So in the EU, back in 1976, all electoral processes and processes throughout the elections are arbitrated through these European Elections Act. And concerning EU elections, each member state regulates their electoral sector according to their own needs and legal framework. In many member states within the EU, but also around the world, it was shown that the rates of participation of voters are quite low. Hence, as a consequence, as a positive consequence, a negative consequence,
să-i spunem așa, soluții găsite a reducerei vârstei de vot la 16 ani.
So in order to treat these consequences,
dezvoltarea identității, stimularea interesului pentru politică și a sentimentelor
of
de
this
autonomie,
solution,
iar
which is
consecințe
lowering
negative
the
care ar putea
voting
apărea,
age. So positive consequences is the
după
development of
reducerea
identity,
vârstei de vot la
stimulating,
16 ani,
incentivizing
au
their
fost
interest for politics
demonstrate ca un
and
risc
the feeling of
politizare
autonomy.
prematură,
So the
descurajare
negative
sau
consequences is the
imaturitate
risk of
emoțională.
early politicization,
Astfel,
discouragement, or
totuși,
emotional maturity. So
adică rata joasă de participare la
So the
alegeri
low
fiind
rate of participation to
soluționată
the
cu ajutorul
polls,
reducerii vârstei de vot
solved
la
by
16 ani, poate
lowering
avea
the
cât consecințe
voting
pozitive,
age to
atât și
16
cele
years of age
negative.
can have both
Însă, unele
positive and
state,
negative consequences.
precum a fost Austria, Malta, au o
However,
experiență
some
destul de
states as
vastă de 10
Austria
ani
and
la
Malta,
reducerea
they
vârstei
have
de
already
vot
over 10
la
years
16
of
ani,
experience
iar
with this
Germania
solution
are o
of lowering the
experiență
voting age. And
parțială, în
in
sens că
Germany,
nu
they have a
toate
partial
statele
experience,
federale
meaning that
germane
not
a fost
in all the federal
implementată această reformă,
states
iar în
this
altele
reform was
parțial.
implemented, and in
Astfel,
other states it was only partially implemented.
vorbind despre cazul
So,
Austriei, în
talking
Austria
about the
până în
Austrian
2007,
case, up to
vârsta de vot de a
2007,
participa la
the
alegeri a fost de
voting
18 ani.
age
După
was
aia,
18 years of age. Following
austriecii
that
au
date,
implementat anumite
Austria
reforme în
has
Constituția sa,
implemented
precum este
constitutional
reforma
reforms,
articolului 1,
as for example,
a
of
subarticolului 1 din
amendment of
articolul
capital number
23 și
1
a subarticolului 1
of
din
Article
articolul
1,
26
Article
a Constituției
23, Chapter
austriece,
1, and
pentru
Article
ca
1
să
are
permită pe toată teritoria
from subarticle
statului
1 from Article
austriac
26, Chapter
participarea
2,
tinerilor de la 16 ani la
concerning the
alegeri. Astfel,
participation
au
or
fost
allowing
implementate
young
deja
people
anumite
who turn
cercetări
16 years of
științifice
age
de
to
către
participate in the
oamenii
electoral
de
processes.
pildă din universitățile austriece,
Academics,
care au
Austrian
analizat
academics,
efectele acestei
scientists have
reforme
assessed the effects
la
of this
alegerile din
reform
anii 2013 și după aia la alegerile
for
din
the
anii 2016, ceea ce
2013 and
au demonstrat
2016
o
electoral
creștere a
cycles
participării la vot
and
în
have
rândul
showed
tinerilor.
that
Însă, la
the
fel, a fost o
youth
mențiune
participation
că
rate has
această reformă are
increased.
nevoie de un timp
However, they concluded
oarecare,
that this reform
fiindcă
needs more
tinerii
time
sunt
because young people
nevoiți cumva să preia această practică și la fel cumva să
have to
învețe deja
still
din
absorb
mers,
this practice and to
adică
learn in
toate
time
pro și contra a acestui drept pe
the
care îl vor
advantages
lua.
and the
La fel,
disadvantages
să
of this
gândească mai
right,
aprofundat și să
and
aibă
to allow them
cumva
also
deja
to
o
assess more in
atitudine
depth
mult
and
mai
to
serioasă
develop a more
față de
serious approach
participarea la vot.
towards the participation to the
Cazul
polls.
Germaniei,
Looking at the German
însă
case,
Germania nu pe tot teritoriul este implementată
as
această
I've already mentioned,
reforme.
not
Din
all
16
the
state federale
states
în
have
care este împărțită Germania,
included this
doar
amendment.
11 state
16,
federale au redus vârsta de vot la 16
only
ani,
11
dintre
federal
care
states have actually
4
lowered
au
the voting
redus
age to
vârsta de
16.
vot pentru
4
ambele tipuri
have
de alegeri, adică cel
reduced the
municipal și
voting
statal,
age for
iar
both
7 au redus
types of
vârsta
elections,
de vot
municipal
doar pentru
and
alegerile
state level,
municipale.
and
La fel,
7
important este de
of them
menționat
have
că
lowered
doar
the
două state
voting
federale, precum
age
este
only for
Berlinul
municipal
și Turingia,
elections.
au
Berlin
modificat
and
Constituția
Thuringia, so
statului său
two federal states, have modified, have amended their constitution by lowering the voting age to 16 years of age, mentioning, so modifying their constitution. The other states did modify their state constitution.
Nu am menționat aceasta în lucrarea de bază, este
Unfortunately,
menționat că,
but I didn't mention it here, but in the study this is mentioned, namely that German research, German studies have showed that in those 7 countries where
adică la nivel municipal,
where
această
the
reformă de a reduce vârsta de vot la 16 ani
voting
în rândul
age was
tinerilor
lowered
nu a
only for
adus
municipal elections
foarte mare
that
plusuri, fiindcă cumva
did not bring
s-a
many
primit că
advantages
uneori
because
tinerii au avut dreptul de vot la unele alegeri, după aia când
it turned out that
au
for
fost
certain
peste
election
2 ani alte
cycles,
tipuri de alegeri, ei au pierdut
these young people
acest
had
drept
the right to
până
vote,
la
but in 2 more
următoarele
years
alegeri
they had
la
lost
nivel
the
statal
vote.
și cumva s-a
So
primit că
until the next
parțial
state
ei au
level
demonstrat
election. So
angajamentul
they
său
have
civic și
partially
cunoștințele
demonstrated
și
to be
educația
civically
sa
engaged, their knowledge
electorală,
and
iar
electoral education. But
adică mai încolo acest drept le-a fost
during the
luat
next
și
election
cumva
cycle, which was at a
astfel
different level,
interesul lor
this
față de
right
procesul
was
electoral și mediul
not
politic
valid
din
anymore.
Germania
Therefore, the
a
political
fost
environment in
îngrijorat.
Germany
Am făcut o
and their impact on the
comparație
political environment in Germany
între
was
aceste două
thus
state, adică Austria și
lowered. So I've
Germania și
compared these two
cadrul
countries, Austria
legislativ
and
al
Germany,
Moldovei,
and
adică
the
pe
Moldovan
puncte
legal
am luat
framework. So I
capacitatea
went
de
point by
exercițiu,
point.
dreptul de vot,
So I went to
dreptul de
the
a candida la alegeri,
first of
răspunderea penală,
exercising
dreptul la
their
muncă și
right,
dreptul
the right to
la permisul
candidate,
auto.
the
Și
criminal liability,
au fost
also the
demonstrat
right to
că
work,
plus
and
minus
the right
vârsta
to
tinerilor
receive
cu
a
capacitate
driving
de
license, to apply for
exercițiu
a driving
restrânsă
license.
în Austria este de
So in
14 ani,
Austria,
în
we have
Germania de
the
7,
ages of
Moldova
14,
de
Germany 7, Moldova 16,
16-18 ani.
18.
Dreptul de a candida la alegeri
Next, for the
este
right
peste
to
tot de 18 ani.
candidate, everywhere it's
Dreptul
18.
la răspundere penală a
Criminal
fost
liability
de la
in
14 ani în
Austria,
toate cele trei state.
and all the
Dreptul la
3
muncă la
countries started
fel
with 14 years
din
of
15 și
age.
13
The
ani, iar
right to labor, to
dreptul la
work,
deținerea permisului auto
15
de
in
la
2 countries, and the right
16-18
to
ani, în
be
dependență
issued a
de
driving
categoria
license
permisului.
in
Adică
all
cel puțin
countries. It
prin
depends on the
această analiză
category
am
of the
demonstrat
driving
cât și în statele
license,
unde
it's
reforma
16.
dată
So
a
I have
reducerii vârstei
showed
de
that
vot
even
este deja
if
implementată,
in
atunci
some
în Republica
states
Moldova,
this
în
reform
alte
about voting
adică
age
secvențe
lowering
legislative,
is
plus minus,
implemented
tinerii deja
in the Republic of
duc
Moldova, more or
răspundere
less
față
the
de
young people are
luarea deciziilor
already
sale, adică
liable
au
or are responsible for
sarcina
taking
de a
certain
achita
decisions.
impozite pe venit,
They have
duc
to pay
răspundere
income
penală, în sens
tax.
că
They are
ei
criminally
deja
liable as
sunt
well,
considerați
meaning
drept
that
maturi la
they
această
are
vârstă de 16 ani,
perceived
ceea
as
ce ar
adults
putea
at 16 years
fi
of age,
benefic,
which
adică
could
reducerea vârstei de vot
be
la
so
16 ani și
lowering the
pentru
voting age could be beneficial
sectorul
for
electoral din
the
Republica
electoral
Moldova.
sector from the
După
Republic of
aia,
Moldova.
noi am hotărât să facem
We
o
have then
studiu de
looked,
cercetare, adică studiu de caz anume bazat pe
assessed a case study
cadrul național și am desfășurat un
focusing on the national
sondaj, un
framework, and
formular
we
prin
have
care am intervievat
organized a
circa
survey
180 de
with
persoane. Iată aici
we
este
have
un pic despre
interviewed
participanți. Circa din
180
aceste
participants. Here's the
180 de
demographics of the
persoane,
participants. So
36,1% au fost tineri dintre
36.1% were young
vârsta
people aged
14-18
from
ani,
the age group 14 to 18 years of age,
34,4% au fost
34.4%
tinerii
from the
între
age group 19 and
19 și
35 years of
35 de
age,
ani, iar
and
29,5% au fost
29.5% were
persoanele
persons
peste 35
over
de ani. În
35 years of
Constituția
age.
Republicii Moldova noi avem scris că
In the Moldovan
persoanele
Constitution,
tinere sunt
it
considerate
is stated
acele
that
care
the definition
intră în
of
categoria
young
de
people
14-35 de ani. Astfel, la
states
întrebarea
that young people
deținerea
are in the
referitor la deținerea
age group
cunoștințelor
of
necesare
14
pentru
to
participare la
35
alegeri, circa
years of
84%
age. So
au
around
dat răspuns pozitiv, iar
84%
16 au răspuns negativ. La următoarea
consider that they have the necessary
întrebare
knowledge
față
about the
de
elections, and the
opinia
others
față de
stated that they do
reducerea vârstei de
not.
vot la
The next
16
question,
ani, circa
measuring their opinion
44 de
about
persoane au
the
fost
lowering
au
the
și-au
voting
arătat un
age
interes
to
pozitiv
16 years
față de această
of
reformă.
age. 44% had
Negativ
a
au răspuns
positive attitude, opinion
33 de
concerning this
persoane, iar o părere
idea.
neutră și-au
33% had
arătat
a negative
circa
opinion, and
23 de persoane,
23
23%.
were have expressed a neutral opinion. The next question is related to the desire to participate in the elections if the interviewee would have would have 16 years of age during the election. So 61% answered yes and 39 answered no. So after assessing these statistics, we understood that the majority of the interviewed person out of those 180 interviewed persons had a positive opinion about these changes and the modifications, potential modifications to the legislation. So the conclusions are the following: lowering the voting age is considered an efficient method to increase the participation rate of young people to the elections. The experience of other countries has showed that lowering the voting age can improve the civic or enhance the civic involvement in society of young people and can have a long-term impact. The majority of the 180 participants to this service had a favorable, positive opinion towards the implementation of this reform. However, it is needed to provide more training in Moldovan schools in order to motivate young people to participate in election exercises. Thank you very much. I will stop sharing my screen. Thank you, Olivia. I'm sorry about the potential background noise. We were very curious about your presentation and this comparative analysis in particular. You have seen that this reform cannot be organized or implemented directly. What needs to be organized is to actually inform young people from an early age about this. Of course, Moldova being a small country, we have to take into consideration that 1/4 of the population are young people. Therefore, we have to take into consideration their impact on this decision concerning the fate of our country. Talking about the right to elect and to be elected and how it's being exerted here in the Republic of Moldova, we have to focus also on the fact that the Electoral Code, which entered into force on January 1st, 2023, we have lowered the age for the candidates to mayor's positions. So we now have young mayors of 23 years of age who commit in managing an entire community. This is to be appreciated, and we are happy that the Republic of Moldova has taken the steps to modify its legislation, and it has lowered the age of candidates for these functions. Because for MPs, we have 18 years of age, so young people can candidate already, and they have this opportunity next year, by the way. And for the president, we have the 40 years of age limit. Olivia, thank you very much for presenting this research. Surely there are lessons learned and experiences that can be further assessed. We will publish the study and it will be available as reference in future studies and research.
trasăm câteva concluzii
I would like
finale la
now
acest panel,
to underline
care a
some of
fost
the
destul de
conclusions of
interesant și
these
divers,
panels. It
atât
was a
din
very diverse and
perspectiva
interesting
celor
one
care au
from
prezentat aceste studii.
perspective of those
Vorbim
that
despre
have
cercetători
presented
cu
the studies. We
experiență,
talk
vorbim
about
despre reprezentanții a Comisiei Electorale
researchers,
Centrale, a
senior researchers,
reprezentanta
representatives of the
organizațiilor
CICDE,
internaționale,
representatives of
dar și
international
tineri
organizations, but
cercetători
also
care, ați
young
văzut dumneavoastră,
researchers,
ne-au
and you have
prezentat
just
o perspectivă
experienced
nouă,
that. They have
diversă,
shared a
interesantă asupra
different,
subiectelor
diverse,
care ar
interesting
zice noi că le
experience
tot
over the
discutăm
subjects
aici
that
în
we keep
mediul electoral. De
discussing,
aceea,
debating
întotdeauna
in this
această
context. So
platformă de discuție între
always
teoreticieni
this
și
discussion
practicieni se
platform
finalizează cu
between
concluzii
practitioners and
importante, care
theoreticians
cu siguranță pot fi
is finalized by
valorificate
conclusions
în
and
viitor.
recommendations
Dacă
that
o să
can be
aveți
used
și alte
in the future.
întrebări care v-au apărut pe parcurs,
If you have
încercăm
any
la
other
discuția finală să
questions,
le abordăm,
we
pentru
will
că
most
vrem
definitely
să
try to
oferim cuvânt
look
și
into them
paneliștilor
at the end
care
of
au
these
abordat cele a
discussions,
doua
because we would
temă
like
la
to
fel de
give the
importantă
floor now to
pentru
the
Republica
speakers
Moldova,
that
ca o
have
noutate
looked
pentru
into a
campania
topic that is
electorală.
also
Și aici
incredibly
voi da
important for the
cuvântul
Republic of
doamnei
Moldova
Grăjean
and the
pentru a face o mică
electoral
introducere,
process.
dar și pentru
And
a
I
se
would
pun
like to give
dreptul
the
la
floor
antrenor
now
pe
to
parcursul
Madam
acestei discuții. Vă
Krajdan,
mulțumesc!
who will open this panel. Thank you kindly, Madam Cucuruza, and I would like to mention the fact that the Center for Continuous Training in Electoral Field has planned to research and to highlight a series of topics that are also historical ones, ones that relate to our electoral past. In the previous conference, we've had two presentations related to the electoral history in Bessarabia, in the interbellical period, which is between the two world wars, and in the panel related to gender equality in elections, we will have a research based on the archive study that was drafted by Anna Malkosyan, and that is why some documents that you will see now in her presentation, you will see them actually for the very first time in the scientific circuit. So, we really care about this topic to integrate historical topics related to elections, and Anna will also refer to gender issues during 1929 to 1938 in Bessarabia, specifically in the case of births. So Anna, please, you have the floor. She is a scientific coordinator of this research that was carried out by Madame Volkosan. She's a doctor of history in the History Institute of the State University from the Republic of Moldova. Please, you have the floor. So I will share my screen now. Please let me know if you can hear me well.
Așa. Puțin. A apărut careva.
I've had a few little issues. One second, please. Okay, I have the presentation now. So please confirm if you can see my presentation. Yes, we can see. Yes, we can see it now. So as Madam Krajdan said, my topic or my project relates to gender aspects in the Balts region during 1929-1938. So my topic takes us back in history to almost 100 years. So the summary, first of all, is based on the electoral law in Romania in that period of time. So The purpose of this research relates to looking at the evolution of electoral processes in the Baltic region after researching the participation proportion of women and men during local elections and the context in these elections were carried out. As Madame Grajdan managed, they were not actually researched until now. We looked at specialized literature and publications from the press of that
În
time.
1917 în România votau doar bărbații și nu toți, dar cei care aveau un anumit cens de avere. În
So
1917
in
regele Ferdinand
Romania, during those times, the King Ferdinand has promised the men on the battlefield that he will introduce the universal vote, which is equal, direct, and secret, but only to men. Women were omitted from this electoral law. The men started to exercise their voting right starting with 21. That was considered an adult back then, and in order to run for the Senate, they needed to be 40 years of age. So in constituencies, they have a specific number of members of the Senate. They used to, depending on the regions, they used to have different numbers of candidates per constituency. The law was a bit amended in 1926. Some from the two voting systems that was different for Transylvania and Bessarabia separately and Banat separately. They introduced in 26 a common voting system for all communes, and they changed the number of electoral constituencies and the number of persons who were to be elected. We can notice here that they decreased
Ce se întâmplă în schimb cu alegerile drepturilor pentru femei? Observăm în tabelul următor că doar 4 țări din
increased the number of constituencies. So at that point in time, let's look a bit at gender equality. Only 4 European countries, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, were giving women the right to vote. But Hungary introduced the age to that when they were allowed to vote to 30. All the other countries were prohibiting this right altogether. In 29, this was changed completely, and because women carried out a lot of work in the Congress and in other administrative processes, this law from the 3rd of August in 29, they approved the women's rights to vote, but they had a series of restrictions. In order to be able to vote in different administrative units, women needed to be 21 years of age. They also needed to have at least secondary education to work for the state or in Senate or in the commune, to be decorated for their activities during the war, to be a widowed, and to be involved in the cultural propaganda or to undertake social assistance. These limits obviously was decreasing the number of women who were involved in the electoral process. So let's look at how they were preparing for elections. In 1932, the elections were not very peaceful overall, but if we were to look at a higher level, we will be able to see that aside from the person who are running, we would have to look at if there were no dangers. So, because again, they were not very peaceful, they would need to have the gendarmerie close to the voting sections, and they were taking care that the elections were carrying out peacefully. But of course, many times they were involved in violence acts on electors or when elections were fraudulent. Okay, the press of the times was emphasizing a series of infringements at electoral level, and aside from these, the voters had some sort, we would call them probably voting IDs. So they were different in depending on who you were voting for. These acts you're able to see in the history and ethnography from the Kashba village in the Glodin rayon. When it comes to women, the laws of the time satirized as well the woman's involvement. So in this image, we notice that they were mentioning that women were looking more at the physical traits of the candidate and not their leadership features. In the second image, we see how a grandmother is jokingly discussing her granddaughter. She is good at everything except for household works. Also, the press of the time looked at different or published different dialogues or jokes where women were referred to as being somewhat dumb or should dedicate to household works, because at that point the patriarchal principles were being applied socially, if we would say so. So even if in 29 women had this right to vote, we will be able to see that in 1937, in Commune Senești, only 29 women were registered in the electoral lists, and a few more from other communes or villages. And they needed again to fulfill certain criteria, so either widows after the war or teachers. They needed to have a very specific social status to be able to vote. For example, in Kuban, only 12 women were included in the electoral lists, but the fact that they were on these lists doesn't mean that they actually participated in voting, because when they were approaching the voting section, men were always, speaking with them, telling them that whom did you leave your children with to come to vote, etc. So again, sexist comments. The law was changed in 39, giving women the right to vote in parliamentary elections and the right to be elected to the Senate. But again, this was women who were able to run were classified in 3 categories. So they need to be in agriculture and labor, education, etc. So we can see in 39 in these lists were reflected 6 women, 3 teachers, 2 pharmacists, and 1 doctor. So they were registered here to be able to vote for the Senate. So what happened here? If in other electoral processes they had the right to vote, in 39 the law was changed, but they did not manage to involve, because the dictatorship of Charles II, they did not or were not able to exercise this law. So in conclusion, even if in 29 they received the right to vote, they still had some limits in exercising this right. The very low number of women did not, even if there were few women and they were not participating in the electoral process, they still did not exclude them from the political life of Romania. And in 39, what I wanted to mention was that they received the vote, the right to vote for Senate. Thank you kindly. On the last page, you are able to see the sources. Thank you kindly. The questions we will leave for the end of the session. We've provided that possibility in this way. But what is absolutely clear is that, number one, we have electoral history. It should be researched. And last but not least, that women needed indeed to fight a long, hard battle to be able to receive the right to vote in our country. It was a very long and assiduous fight to be able to, first of all, get this right and to actually become involved. The collaboration of our center with the researchers in electoral history is very good. We have communications related to the history of Armenia and the right of women, or in general, the gender policy in Armenia after the war. So the neo-Sovietic and neo-traditional inheritance, if we could say so. The speaker will be Nona Nazarian, who is a researcher at the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography in the Museum of Sciences from Yerevan, Armenia. And Nona, please, you can connect. Let's see if we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nona. I'm sorry, I will not use my PowerPoint presentation because I'm ready to talk like without it. So
Nona, we have your presentation. You don't want to use?
Oh, why not? I forgot to that I send it to you,
Yes.
Arina.
Yes.
Yeah. Then
can we put?
Sure.
Share?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We just a moment. We must find it.
Nona, meanwhile, you can tell us about you.
Sure. Meanwhile, I'm Nona Shahnazarian and I'm doing gender studies and women's studies since 1999. I graduated from Russian Academy of Science, Moscow, and my dissertation was about the change of women's position and status during the war. So I was teaching gender studies and especially women's studies in different countries, including de facto Nagorno-Karabakh, which doesn't exist right now. But still, most of my research, I mean fieldwork, which is sine qua non of anthropology or ethnographic study, I was actually conducted in Nagorno-Karabakh and Armenia mostly. So what is interesting to me as a women's studies scholar, that there is this very interesting and abrupt transit from this very kind of actually really quote unquote women-friendly Soviet culture to this neo-traditional culture, which was kind of, in a way, through the whole Soviet Union, it was kind of, kind of way of passive struggle with Soviet ideology, because Soviet ideology never was actually, supporting traditional culture, because too patriarchal culture to patriarchal order, the Soviet state actually confronted itself. Like the big papa was Stalin, and this is why other patriarchs were kind of cancelled. So, yes, thank you. Next slide, please. This is just to say that in a way, in a very, very special way, the early Soviet time was very interesting in sense of women's rights, and especially women's political rights. And it was said from the very beginning, "Долой кухонное рабство," which means, we don't want women to work at kitchen all the time, and let her bring to public sphere, which was very, very progressivist slogan for that time. And even, let's be honest, for today, it is also a very progressivist slogan, because not clandestinely or openly, not many politicians, they accept that my idea is that women should be 50-50. Women's political presentation should be like 50-50, because women are like 50% of each society, more or less. So coming back to Soviet Union, even though it was very interesting and progressive, still, and maybe we can explain it, that they would use very exotization language and orientalistic language, and by the way, they indiscriminately put all together Georgian, Azerbaijani, Armenian, and Central Asian women under the classification Женщины Востока. And that Vostok was actually very, very, very diverse. Still, it was the problem that they would exoticize this Женщина Востока, this Eastern woman, and somehow this Soviet indoctrinators, they would kind of percept like Женщина Востока, like Eastern woman, as an epitome of the problem of society, of their own societies, which means that if we fix the situation with the status of Eastern woman, then the whole society will be progressivist and more closer to Soviet ideology. I'm not taking now courage to say if this is right or wrong, but we could see that there was this huge movement, hujum in Soviet Union, especially in Uzbekistan, and each movement in each quote-unquote Eastern Republic would go differently. Still, if we ask women, Soviet women, that means now they are like 50 to 70 years old, they really think that was incredibly strange, interesting, and favorable for women time, just because they get rid of patriarchal pressure of their own mother-in-law and other patriarchal agents. But at the same time, it had really short life, because as soon as Joseph Stalin came to power, abortion was immediately cancelled and prohibited, I would say, and there was no anymore slogans like "Долой кухонное рабство" or "Let women be politically visible," etc. So, and after that, I'm just concluding the Soviet story of women's, how to say, empowerment. And after that, it was like we can now see that the slogans were like they are the kind of best or equal, at least equal representatives of each any Soviet republic. But at the same time, Armenian scholars could come to conclusion that they would get from time to time from 4 to 5 times lesser salary for performing the same amount of job. So plus there is this great theory, which is not theory, but this is just each woman would talk about that it was at some point women would understand that patriarchy in a way was more honest to them without this, because of this quite transparent contract that they are going to be obedient, like this is what they promised, right? This is what should be their gender roles. They are obedient, they are subversive, they are subordinate, and instead women are the agents of economy, and they actually bring and they actually how to say provide women with and her or their children with all they need. So but on contrary in Soviet time, in the very beginning, woman was actually she was promised to be given, I don't know, kindergartens and food which you just can make it ready in 5 minutes, and nothing like that, and laundry mats, etc., like public play spaces. And you could see the slide with Alexandra Kolantayev, who was the indoctrinator and ideologist of that ideas. But that ideas were kind of too expensive, and the Soviet government, particularly Joseph Stalin, they decided that all resources, including women, should be kind of used for modernization and industrialization of the USSR, which means that this гонка вооружений, in a way, let's say, this competition with the West, which is quite a masculine and macho kind of phenomena, it was given priority compared to women's right, which means that women were working hard at home, working hard like reproductively, which is called invisible work, doing this reproductive work. Women at the same time would be engaged with children, and plus this very difficult public gender role to be public and to work outside and bring quite the same amount of money for living. So that triple, double, or even triple burden was a characteristic and conceptualization of Soviet time. Let's say that in some villages, including Nagorno-Karabakh, in kolkhoz, at some point, not in the very beginning, but because there was too much violence and repressions in the very beginning, like during kolkhoz movement, but later on, the kolkhoz was organized, particularly in Nagorno-Karabakh, in a way that women especially were very happy, because they would be paid trudadni. Trudadni means that if if you do norms, which was very difficult actually to accomplish, you get a lot of money, and it doesn't matter if you are woman or man, and the gender is not important. So this is why their status kind of naturally, in a way, because of this affirmative action empire, which was Soviet Union in the very beginning, they get absolutely high status because of the economic contribution into family. So what happened? What was happening in urban spaces? I mean, each place need to be researched. So, but at the same time, let me tell you that we just quickly go to post-Soviet time. Early post-Soviet time in Armenia was nightmarish and apocalyptic because we had war, we had this nationalistic movement with these neo-traditional ideas and values brought to the society, like Sovietized society, as a kind of, controversy, or as a contradiction, like deliberate contradiction to the USSR's ideology. And this was terrible in a way that in parliament there were no women, and a man, which his name will tell you nothing. This is why I'm not going to. He was like KGB staff, and he said, "It's so boring in the parliament without women. Let's bring them back. It's too boring." So women as decorations, or as a very strange police detachments, they were brought back to public sphere, but the patriarchal discourse was really loud and voiced. Because we could see that this is not about what they can do, or if they are self-made women or not, but actually not, of course, because first Armenian party was called Shamiram, and these were all wives of ministers. So but at the same time, as I told, and how much time, Arina, do I have?
You have 10 minutes, but you can tell us about today. If you
next 10 minutes I will do that. So the thing is that the war changed the role of women a lot. Why? And the war, not the war of 2020, but the first war, because it took 4 years, and all men were on the front line, and this is why women just understood that actually there is nothing they can do. There is no such a labor obligation or task or item at household and outside of household, even business, that they cannot accomplish. And this, in a way, like in marginalized way, rather than officially, because the official ideology was actually this nationalistic, traditional, neo-traditional one, and their kind of identity and their awareness of their own agency was quickly increasing. And what we could see, actually, this is the main part of what I was trying to tell about, that the thing is that through majoritarian system, women were very frequently elected in Nagorno-Karabakh and in Armenia, especially in Nagorno-Karabakh, in very remote and difficult ruled small towns and cities. I mean, as heads of municipalities and small villages. And that never happened in Nagorno-Karabakh, but I want to bring your attention to what happened in Armenia. So women were elected, and then it was so, how to say, it was so obvious and clear that they had really these women themselves, they were really self-made, and they had capability, and this is why the whole electorate would elect them for this role, for this quite high role. And you know that in small cities, macho culture is even stronger. But the problem is that in couple of weeks, usually this woman herself, she would withdraw her own candidacy. So these women withdraw their own candidacies, and so a man would come to rule. And we actually had quite a long-term research understanding that the reason is quite big, and the reason is cultural, and the reason is bottom up, and this happens because of these gender stereotypes, because it's cultural gender stereotypes, because the other, some actually male representatives of society would mock her family or her husband, that she's going to rule in the household as well, and this is why, just trying to avoid this family problem, they usually would withdraw. So why the same thing never happened, or rarely happened in Nagorno-Karabakh? Because usually, and this was my bitter conclusion, finding that they were given a very unattractive front of work. I mean, they would be allowed to be village heads of such a village which is completely destroyed, ruined, and they had to start with nil, with nothing, constructing these problematic houses and organizing his whole life from the scratch. So my idea is that I have very skeptical picture of women's political rights in Armenia, and even so, especially because this majoritarian system now is a little bit pushed out, and now in each party, every third candidate should be women. And we also can see how in male dominant and strong man cultures, they manipulate this women's representativeness, and how they always kind of elect women, and in a couple of months these women are replaced by other male party candidates. So still, after 2018, we have new political reality. And before 2018, I mean, Velvet Revolution, when Armenia get its new prime minister, which was kind of, again, came from, it was grassroots candidate. And I'm not going to tell you all difficult situation he was involved in, but at the same time, until now, the struggle against corruption is so prioritized that the women's political representation is kind of not number one problem, but at least previous government was very much questioning, even adopting anti-domestic violence law. And the idea was that this is the venomous, terrible quote unquote, of course, influence of gay Europa, Europe. And this is why we have to change our constitution, in which we have to stipulate that family and family rights, definition of family is man and woman in marriage having children. And we had that great how you call it, not mural, but it is like street art, where these nationalistic people would compare this gay LGBT issue with genocide, because Turks would kill Armenians and too little Armenians on the globe left because of genocide. And this is the main trauma and the biggest kind of ethos. And now gays and lesbians, they do the same because of their LGBT identities, they will never have kids, and Armenian nation will shrink. So just concluding, I think Russia, who never even took labor use soft power against Armenia, now they have to. And this is why they send a lot of, since I think it was since 2014 or 15, they send a lot of envoys, like Russian citizens with Armenian surnames, and actually having very little to do with Armenian culture. They would come to Armenia and they would kind of profiting. They were profiting that, this LGBT rights are wrong and bad, and Armenia, Eurasian family is the real idea around which we all former Soviet republics should consolidate and create and foster new solidarities. So after 2020 war, previously it was quite popular ideas, and this fear mongering was just everywhere. It was here, and everyone would say, what if we get a lot of gay and lesbian families, and all these strashilki, coming from Moscow, directly from Kremlin. And now I think the peak of that was in 2012 during elections. And what we actually, scholars and activists, we could we could see, we could fix the idea that just before elections, LGBT problems immediately become very vital and urgent, and nationalist groups, by the way, not Armenian church, but nationalist groups, they would get into cafes and explode bomb cafes, LGBT cafes. And as soon as election is over, this topic just disappear immediately. And that was quite strange. We could understand that they are playing this neuro-linguistic, or how you call it, psychological games with society, with people. We know that their ideological and propaganda system is quite strong, and plus after 2020 was a banned CNN or BBC. We could choose CNN or BBC TV channel in our TV without satellite, without special efforts. We could watch this CNN program, and next day after this capitulation on November 9, 2020, that channel was cut. We didn't have, and 9 more Russian channels were here. I think I'm afraid that I abuse my time, but just saying bringing my last point and concluding as a concluding remark. The thing is that this war experience showed that women's rights are becoming, women get very visible, like in public sphere and especially in politics, during very difficult times, during transit time, during like changes in negative way, like when even children, any resource in society is important to be used to survive. But as soon as policy or politics becomes something like prestigious and easy and, how to say, fashionable, and of course with great salaries, then you can't even find women, right? They are somehow like using the same traditional instruments. They are pushed out, that they are like upstarts. You are just in liminality. You are neither woman and nor men. And what makes me always very, very upset when women who came to very high positions in politics, they usually in their autobiography, I don't think they do it consciously, but maybe unconsciously, they always speak about how in their childhood they were never looking or behaving like a girl. They were like servancy, like even Irina Hakamada and many other women who get Olympus in politics. They were always referring to this point in their autobiography, which makes me feel that they speak. So it's not important to be a woman like as a gender, right? It's important what message you try to convey. So their language was already male, masculine, macho language, that power is for men, and I am not a regular woman. This is why I get power, and again and again, just reinforcing the idea that politics and power is male domain and male terrain. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if it was too long, and thank you for your attention. And please,
thank you, Nona. It was very important for us to listen for you, because you are anthropologist, and it's the field that we think it's very important for us to understand behavior of politics and to understand behavior, our gender behavior, and because gender is our creation, is cultural creation. If we are born in one or another sex, gender is a creation of the culture. And now you show us that gender question and gender politics in your country are different, because Armenia is culturally different with Republic of Moldova. And it was very important for us to listen to you and to understand how was our Soviet past impact our behavior now, our gender behavior now, and our politics and our gender behavior in politics now. It's very important for us to understand. Thank you for your contribution, and we are waiting for your article. Please, we will publish it into the Electoral Digest to be written by all who want to know more from the anthropologists and historians about the gender in politics, and especially in Armenia. to make comparison and to understand. Thank you very much. Și acum, stimată audiență,
and now, dear audience, we shall move forward with Ana Cibotaru's presentation, who studied the conditions of participation of the independent candidates in the general local elections in Moldova, and in particular, she looked into the case study, or she worked on a case study concerning the general local elections in Bălți municipality, and has assessed on how the rights of women are observed, the right to be elected is observed. So Mrs. Ciubotaru and doctoral coordinator Ion Ciobanu, representing Alecu Bălți State University.
Poftim, Ana.
Mulțumesc. Okay.
Can you see my screen? Yes. I believe you can, so
condiții de participare ale candidaților independenți și candidatelor independente în alegerile locale generale 2023. La partea practică, studiul de caz.
So conditions for independent candidates participation in general elections 2023, Bălți municipality case study.
Concept și noțiune de concurent electoral în contextul alegerilor locale generale. Condițiile speciale de
So we will focus on the concept and notion of electoral candidates in the context of local general elections and the special conditions of assigning and registering independent candidates, ensuring the gender equality principle and good European practices. So in 2023 general local elections, we had 116 independent candidates out of 898 mayoral seats and 465 out of 9,972 local councillors. According to Promolix experts, who found that compared to 2019 elections, we were witnessing a decrease in the involvement of independent candidates for the position of councillor from about 90% to 15% from the 2023 general local elections, and only 20%, 171 registered independent candidates were women. In the Bălți municipality, at the local general elections, running for the office of mayor of Bălți municipality were registered 12 candidates from political parties, one candidate, Victoria Șapa, from the political party Chance, two independent candidates, and for the position of councillors, local councillors, were registered 4 independent candidates.
În municipiul Bălți, la data de 7 noiembrie, Consiliul Electoral al Circumscripției Electorale Bălți a depus anularea înregistrării candidatei independente Arina Coșcova în cursă electorală și în turul 2, anume în turul 2. Excluderea a fost în baza
So the exclusion was based on several notifications, based on some complaints received from the police inspectorate regarding the campaign financing, and 2 complaints received from the counter candidate in the elections. According to Article 164 of the Electoral Code, a citizen of the Republic of Moldova may stand as independent candidates if they are supported. So for the position of councillor in the local council, by 2% of the number of voters in the electoral council divided by the number of seats for the local council, but not less than 50 persons. To round for mayor, reduced to 1%, but not less than 100 voters. According to the According to the provisions of the new electoral code, it's still required only independent candidates to collect signatures in order to be registered. At the same time, refusal by the electoral bodies to register the files of candidates nominated for the office of mayor were attested. Out of these, in 9 cases for councillors, independent candidates were targeted, and namely insufficient valid signatures on the subscription lists. Ensuring gender equality. So the Central Electoral Commission, during the electoral period, monitors the compliance with the principle of gender equality in the electoral process according to article number 27 of the Electoral Code. To ensure the gender balance of elected councillors, the list of candidates for municipal councils, minimum 40% of each gender, and the list should also have at least 4 candidates from each gender in every 10 names of the list. In the election period for the general local elections on November 5th, 2023, so 102 instances of hate speech were identified, which is an average of 1.1 new instances per day, which were identified on social networks, Facebook, Telegram, etc. So what are the obstacles, the barriers facing independent candidates? So restricted deadlines for registering initiative groups, collecting signatures, as well as setting up an electoral account, red tape and financial record keeping similar to political parties, election laws is only vaguely reflecting how an independent candidate should employ an accountant, potentially a treasurer or lawyer, and reflect the employment in its reports. Coordination of activities with the LPAs is scheduling visits to institutions, also the inability of independent candidates to nominate observers at polling stations on the election day, and access to media and social networks for a fee. Conclusions. The independent candidates did not appoint a person in charge of the finances or treasurer due to the tight time frame in the election campaign, red tape, and keeping similar financial records as political parties. The independent candidates have avoided to apply for a loan from the state budget on the grounds that 10,000 Moldovan lei would not qualitatively improve the electoral campaign. The legislation in force allows all election campaign materials to be printed at their own expense. The political parties that were penalized for illegal activity tried to support independent candidates for this electoral exercise using fraudulent methods. And in the local general elections of that date for the position of councillor in the Belz municipality, only male candidates were registered. Recommendations. It is necessary to organize the trainings with LPA representatives in the context of the exercise of their duties during the electoral period. It would be welcomed also to lower the electoral threshold for independent candidates. And take into account this discrepancy between the number of signatures, about 200 for councillor, about 1,100 for mayor of municipality of Belz, it would be optimal if the number of signatures for councillor and mayor were kept identically. Independent candidates should campaign independently, relying on their own experience, their own program, and real support of the community, without accepting the shadowy support of political parties or criminal groups. Thank you very much. Here ends my presentation. Thank you, and thank you, Anna. So these cases are well known to us, as well as these cycles. So your study, as well as the other studies of the other scholars, will be published in a publication which will include 5 studies, and everyone will thus learn about the findings of your research. We will now start the last panel discussion, which is a collective one and was planned to take place based on the publications developed. I'm not sure if you can see my screen or not. Let's see now. So the publications in Electoral Digest number 11. CICDE in June has published a publication dedicated to the voting participation and gender equality in politics. So what shall be presented by our speakers was already published, and the Digest Electoral issue number 11, published in June 2024, holds all of these publications and studies. I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Svetlana Kolesnik. So I would just like to see if Viorica Kaluger is also here, if she is connected, because she is presently, I'm not sure if she connected, but so Viorica Kaluger, PhD in pedagogy, together with CICDE director have assessed the EU states situation, focusing on the example of EU member states, assessing 1907 period of time, a longer period of time, 1979, 2018, focused on the participation election processes in the EU member states, and have found that the most dramatic elections participation was identified in Greece, Italy, and Portugal. The rate dropped by 40 or 20%. So you see how even in European countries that we are looking up to, we have such situations for the participation rate to drop so severely. So the data for the Republic of Moldova are also published by our researchers based on the CEC reports, and you can already see here this graph that you can find in the article as well. 1991, 2021, the period of time the study focused on for Moldova, and the participation rate are decreasing. Why? You will see in this article what are the causes, what are the effects, and what are the solutions that the researchers are recommending based on the European experience and based on the Moldovan experience to set to ensure the minimum threshold for the reservation in our electoral code. Validation threshold is indicated, but it should be mandatory. So the introducing the compulsory voting, you will find information about the countries that have already introduced this regulation. And we have a passive registration. And these are the recommendations of the research. And of course, the implementation of civic education programs that we are implementing within our institution. And Dalina Muntean, she will now continue and presenting or focusing. Her article is published in Electoral Digest, focusing on advocating gender equality in politics standards and international recommendations to increase the representativity of female,
Mă aud, da? Este
of
bine, ok.
women.
Deci, atunci când am propus acest articol,
Everyone
ceea
can
ce ține
hear
de
me? Okay. So when I started to draft this article, when it comes to general gender equality in politics, standards and recommendations, international ones for increasing women's representations, I started to analyze the existing international instruments and how they are harmonized by the legal framework of Moldova, but at the same time, I tried to make a retrospect of what is happening, generally speaking, at international level. How are women represented there compared to the Republic of Moldova? Because this is a very wide research domain, the existence of a civic autonomous space is very important. And if we will analyze international instruments, we will be able to see that once a convention for protecting maternity and the CICDE Convention from 1979 was an essential moment through which the European states have come together against gender discrimination and to promote the equality of chances in politics. And the Beijing conference had the international object that women are represented in power and decision-making structures at the European level, as, for example, the Gender Equality Strategy 2010-2015 and the 2030 Agenda represents the general context demonstrating or showing how women are represented in the state and in the power structure. A very important international document, the strategy 2020-2025 was presented and signed by Ursula von der Leyen and has Article 8, which says that in its activities the Union seeks to eliminate inequalities and to promote equality between men and women. If we were to look at the evaluation of indicators that I've presented in my report, we will see that representation of women has increased in the previous years quite significantly. And many documents and international initiatives, like I've mentioned, CICDE Convention, the 2025 EU strategy and the Sustainable Development Strategy of the UN has set very clear criteria and objectives related to women's participation. Moldova has witnessed substantial progress in gender equality, like, for example, ratifying international conventions, and 2023 elections shows an increase in women represented at local level, like mayors, local councils, regional council, etc. This demonstrates that our efforts to promote these is done in increasing this indicator. And if we have this increase at international and national level, we must mention that political representation of women is not reduced to just the number of women. We need a political agenda that responds to women's need and that promotes a feminist agenda. And it is essential that Moldova continues to adopt and implement efficient policies to involve effectively women in the decision-making processes. Respecting international standards on women representation in politics is essential and demonstrates that democracy is consolidated and that the future will be equal for all members of society, indifferently from their gender. So this is what I wanted to really quickly reflect from my article. My article is published in amongst the resources of the center. That is right. Thank you kindly, Madam Munteanu, for your contribution. Madam Munteanu is a master in political science or in law. I am a master's in law and I'm a PhD candidate at the State University. Okay, so you are in this research field. You will make scientific research, and we do hope to have you in the position of author of research.
Și tot acolo, tot în această temă, a
In
prezentat
future activities, also in this regard, Madam Kolesnik, which is a master in administrative sciences and is the president of the Bells Constituency Council, she referred to the stagnation of gender equality, and she also has a series of recommendations on how to say, not even recommendations, but to not make any mistakes, I will just give the floor to Madam Kolesnik, who has drafted 3 scenarios on situational assessment. So you have a very progressive approach in this article. You've made even forecasts. Yes, hello everyone. Thank you kindly for inviting me to this scientific conference. First of all, after my first experience in 2023, because I wanted to come to this conference to become involved and to make a series of analysis and recommendations and conclusions when it comes to the participation of women in Moldovan politics. I would like to mention here that in the Republic of Moldova, we have, or as a society, have committed to increase the gender equality index, and this happened already in 2009. After a spectacular increase of the gender inequality in the past decade, we've noticed that in 2023 we have a stagnation, which is why I decided to draft this publication to make an analysis and a more detailed comparison to try to establish why this stagnation. Is it the pandemic? Is it the economic crisis? Is it migration? Is it the war in Ukraine, etc.? This index has decreased because has increased due to the AI and due to informational technologies increase because it allows women to have access to a long list of resources. So respectively, we have also women's emancipation because there is an openness to European values and other principles like the scientific advancement, promoting the anti-discrimination policies, promoting social protection, equality between men and women, and respectively protection of children's rights, as well as many other aspects. In this study that I've drafted, I will not provide numbers, but I've identified a slight increase of the inequality index in the upcoming years, which was rather clear in the presidential elections, and these conclusions were confirmed because the index has increased to a certain extent when it comes to the participation of women in the political and electoral life. I refer here to the number of the candidates to the president of the country position, the number of electoral civil servants, and number of women who voted in the elections. So in my work, I have forecasted only 2 women as candidates to the position of president, but as you are able to see, we have 4 women who have run for this position. My conclusion is rather optimistic, and I would like to conclude that this trend of improving the index of gender inequality, and by the end of this decade, we will reach the European average. I will not go into all details. Everybody who is interested in my point of view, which is reflected in my work, for which I've worked really, really hard, I think that in page 33, you will be able to, from the Electoral Digest, will be able to find these details. And I hope that this analysis will be clear for everybody who will read it. Thank you kindly for your attention and best of luck to everybody. Thank you, esteemed Madam Kolesnik. It's very important for us that the presidents and the leaders of the constituency, electoral constituencies are involved in the research, electoral research processes, because they are holders of the latest data, of comparative data, and they can operate with everything that reflects good practices that we can implement in the territories. So where this knowledge is very important, but are also very needed. Thank you kindly for your contribution for this digest. I hope that you will continue your research. So in the digest, Madam Handrabura is also in a training right now. So in the digest, we have the experiences, the article of Madam Loreta Handrabura. She's drafted a study of monitoring presidential elections, general local elections. You will find there all the stereotypes that were used by our politicians. You'll be able to Mr. Tatarov mentioned that the Council of Europe have supported these researches, and Madam Handrabura has presented the results of her research in her article, and I believe that it is very useful for each of us to read not these articles not by us, but most importantly by politicians, the ones that promote these messages and the ones that can cause harm to the human dignity, that marginalize, that offend certain groups of people, and this should not be allowed in politics. What Ingrid Pico was saying in her communicating with us today, what Madam Yasko has mentioned, that political ethics is very important. Non-sexist language is very, very important. This is important only not only because it's an issue of ethics, but because it reflects the strength of our democracy. I see a message in the chat from Madam Verica Kalugin. Madam Kalugin, are you in the conference? Yes, I am here. Madam Kalugin, I refer to your research that you've done with Mrs. Bordeanu. If you would like to tell us a few comparative data, or what would you like to intervene now in the conference, please?
Da, mulțumesc. Dumneavoastră să înțeleg că ați făcut o scurtă prezentare, da, studiului nostru.
I know, thank you kindly. Have you made a short presentation of our study? Well, I've actually just referred to the data that you presented, the comparative data that you've presented there between EU states. And I've also mentioned the data from the Republic of Moldova from 1991 to 2021. So I just wanted to ask you to come with a series of conclusions. I've presented the recommendations, which included also registering in the electoral list, education, etc. Thank you kindly, Madam Creșteanu. I did not want to repeat things that were mentioned here, and I wanted you to let me know what was discussed here. We've made this study. So the data from the last electoral exercise I did not include in this research. So while making this research, I think that one thing is clear. There isn't one single cause why electors don't participate in elections. This being absent in this exercise is actually also shows something, because totalitarian regimes, they always brag that everybody is participating, but this is not because of democratic values in these society, but only because they have constraints. Because again, when you have a free society and any types of constraints disappear, then the citizen depends a bit, it starts to be a bit more relaxed. Here I will bring a voice to the opinion of the specialists that are against making the vote mandatory. Yes, this is a legal solution. We have countries like Belgium and Luxembourg. It's true that making the vote mandatory, it can bring good things, although we have some exceptions here, because in some countries where the vote is mandatory, they still have a turnout for voting of 60%. So this obligation does not allow the citizen to decide for themselves if they will participate or not. So this means true democracy, and I would like for us in Moldova to have a true democracy. A true democracy is when participating in voting and in elections is not mandatory, but still is very high, because this is a sign of acknowledgement, democratic acknowledgement of civic activism, and the issue is not so much about legitimacy of the elections, because the minimum limits that European countries have is usually 1/3 of voters, and the Republic of Moldova is the same. So because this minimum level is reached, the legitimacy of the elections or legality is not, the legality actually. But the question is how legitimate and how representative these votes are if 2/3 of voters do not express their interest and option on a political ideology. So in this way, this is how our study has approached this issue. Because even if you have a minimum limit reached, this is not, sufficiently satisfactory for a true democratic society. This participation needs to be as high as possible and as representative as possible, because only then we can say that the majority of a population has made their voices heard. So in the previous elections, we've had very good participatory rates for us, for Moldova. But if you think about it very objectively, we realize that basically a half of the voters have not voted. So this is not a satisfactory indicator for those who want a true democracy. Just like us, because I'm speaking now on behalf of the CICDE, who promote participatory democracy and participation in voting, participation in election, this level of high level of turnout demonstrate that the society is knowledgeable and that the voters are interested in what is happening at social level. Generally speaking, we are at the same level as the EU, because the average there is also above 50%. So we are at this indicator, but my personal opinion is that we must invest a lot of efforts so that this percentage increases. And the center the CICDE will work and works and will continue to work, starting with the youngest voters and with those with a long experience. Thank you kindly, Madam Kaluger, for your intervention. With this conclusion, I believe that we can close our conference. Madam Kaluger is actually on her way, so she is walking now. She's going to. She was a trainer in a training, so huge gratitude for her for connecting to the conference. The article can be read in the Electoral Digest. All the other presentations that were not published, and we are asking their authors to write articles on them and to present these articles for the Electoral Digest, who will be issued in December. Thank you kindly for the participants for your contributions. Thank you for all your efforts. Thank you to the interpreters for managing to translate without interrupting, because if we were able to take a small break for tea and coffee in these hours, you were not able to do this. So thank you for your efforts. And we do not have time for discussions. We will have less speakers and more time for discussion. So we encourage you to collaborate with the CICDE to make electoral science very open to society. Thank you kindly. Madam Kreștan, we do not have time for discussion, but we have time for action. So we will implement all the recommendations that were mentioned in this conference. So thank you kindly to everybody. Be sure that you have become rich in knowledge, and thank you for all the speakers who have made this huge effort to research, to present, and of course to be here with us. Thank you very, very much, and we wish you a wonderful afternoon.
Canalul nostru de YouTube, de aceea dacă ați ratat vreo secvență, aveți posibilitatea să recuperați.
Meeting was registered and it will be on our YouTube page, and all the materials will be published on the website of the Center for Continuous Training in the Electoral Field. And we are waiting to see all the participants today become future speakers. Thank you so very much. Goodbye and best of luck.
Mulțumim frumos
Mulțumim, la revedere!
La revedere!
La revedere!
La revedere!
Recording stop. Am făcut la început.